never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
We got this. Good Friday morning. And I emphasize the good because it's Good Friday. That's right, Easter weekend coming on. How about that? Hope you've had a great week. Let us be outright honest with you. I volunteered to be with you here this morning. Now, when Kyle was down working on the studio, day before yesterday, I guess, yeah, he was apparently at Hot Shot Secret, which I'm an employee of Hot Shot Secret. Good Friday is actually one of their paid holidays. It's like, we didn't really make any arrangements. What would we play? We'd have to play like a best of or something. Where I said, I'm going to get a paid time off. I'll get a day somewhere else down the line, because I had no idea that Good Friday was a paid holiday. But yes, indeed. So for some folks, a 3-day weekend, at least for our friends at Hot Shot Secret. So enjoy your weekend there. We turned the page on the calendar. All right, April Fools, it's over in my time zone. None of that shenanigans. And I'm surprised we didn't have more pranksters trying to dial in last night. But Red Mule got through with our little web pierce. Hey, a cold night out there. Boy, well, eastern half of the country. We've been talking about it all week long. But man, I'm looking at freeze warnings and frost advisories. I mean, literally almost down to the Gulf Coast. Of course, right there along the coastal areas, you've got the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico that keep your temperatures up a little bit. But I mean, right now I'm looking at 37 degrees in Gulf shores, or that's where they're going to be. 37 for low tonight, 42 in Destin. You've got frost advisories from Mobile over into Crestview. Freeze warnings in place all the way down into Lakesville in Mississippi. Let's see, Greenville, Grove Hill, areas way down in southern portions of Alabama. We get back to the bigger picture. So we've got freeze warnings once again tonight, stretching from eastern Oklahoma through northern Louisiana, about the northern two-thirds of Mississippi, a majority of Alabama, right through the heart of central Georgia, the Atlanta metro, much of South Carolina, North Carolina, of course, areas further to the north. If it's going to be freezing down there, it's freezing further up north. Hard freeze warnings in place once again. They're in the heart, central portions of Tennessee, just as the case was for the overnight hours into Thursday morning. Hard freeze warnings. Now I'm looking from Clarksville to Nashville, over to Crossville, then all the way down to Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And all points in between, hard freeze warnings. We're looking at temperatures as low as 25 degrees expected tonight for the freeze warning. Sub-freezing temperatures as low as 29 degrees expected. It's all of Middle Tennessee. This kicked in at like 10 o'clock this past evening. It goes till 9 a.m. Friday for the freeze warning. It's 1 a.m. till 9 a.m. Central Time. So frost and freeze conditions will kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, damage unprotected outdoor plumbing possibly. A little late in the season to have these kind of temperatures, isn't it? But indeed, it's not an April Fool's joke. A shift in the weather pattern is going to bring this abrupt pause to spring in the southeast. That's where we start things off tonight with our traveler's weather. This wave of cold air sending temperatures plummeting. We could be setting records that have stood for more than 100 years in some areas. And again, threatening sensitive vegetation with the frost and freeze warnings. Those winter-like conditions we saw in the north central states through midweek, kind of a reality check. It's now doing the same in the east. Actual temperatures dipped into the single digits and lower teens over the northern plains Wednesday morning. Those low temperatures in the southeast, it's not going to be near those kind of levels that we saw in the north central states, but yeah, parts of the south, you're going to be hit with a hard freeze Thursday and Friday nights as well. So you got tonight and Friday night as we head into the weekend. Forecast temperatures will be at levels seldom seen this late in the season there in the southeast. Projected to range from the upper 20s to lower 30s as we end the week from Tennessee, northern Alabama, central Georgia, coastal areas of the Carolinas, much of Virginia. Forecasters also expect a freeze to occur in these locations. Further south, temperatures forecast to dip in the mid to upper 30s, all the way into southern Georgia and northern Florida. The coldest outlying areas may have a frost. Daily record lows that have stood the test of time since the early 1900s, even the 1800s, are going to be challenged over the next couple of nights. For instance, in the Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina area, Friday's record of 26 degrees was set back in 1902. Memphis, Tennessee, your record, April the 2nd, 27 degrees from back in 1881. The lows forecast over the next couple nights are forecast to be within a few degrees of those marks in both of those cities. Records may be challenged, tied, or even broken in dozens of southern cities for Thursday night and Friday night. Now, if you've got some of your tender annual flowering plants outside, I guess, Easter weekends here, there's probably a lot of people that have purchased their Easter lilies. They may have them on the front porch, the back porch, whatever. Forecast urge people who have those tender annual flower plants outside, if you've started your gardening in the deep south. Many people have, obviously. Everything's, the blossoms are out in full, and you may have to take some preventative measures. Spring growth is likely a week or two ahead of normal across a large portion of the southeast. because they've been dealing with very warm temperatures throughout the month of March. Flowering fruit trees and other sensitive vegetation may be damaged. This is not going to have a big impact on the traded commodities like corn and soybeans, which have either not been planted or haven't emerged just yet, if they have been planted. Spring blooming, though, occurred earlier than normal for a good portion of the southeast. Northern Georgia, upstate South Carolina, central and eastern Tennessee had particularly early blooms, as much as 20 days earlier than normal. Last time forecast temperatures have dipped into the middle and upper 30s in Jacksonville was back in early March. Tupelo, Mississippi, temperatures most recently dipped to near 30 degrees back in the last week of February there. Temperature level was right at the tail end of that brutal blast of cold that did all that damage in parts of Texas and Louisiana. How about Atlanta, Georgia? Temperatures in Atlanta haven't dipped close to the freezing mark since mid-February. Now, you're projected to drop close to 32 with a freeze in the suburbs Friday morning, then mid-30s, the potential for a frost in the suburbs on Saturday morning. So as cold as the mornings are going to feel in the southeast here as we wrap up the week, strong April sunshine tries to ease some of that chill during the daytime hours, but you're still going to be as much as 20 degrees below average for early April. Highs typically range from the lower 60s in the southern Appalachians to the mid-70s along the upper Gulf Coast during the first few days here in the month of April. Even though the cooler air spills through the Florida Peninsula and into the weekend, temperatures will stop well short of frosty levels. But departures are forecast to be on par with much of the rest of the southeast. Highs are forecast to be in only the mid to upper 60s in Orlando for Friday and Saturday, where you'd normally be near 80 degrees there in Orlando. Going to be chilly for those spending the Easter weekend checking out Mickey Mouse. Air begins to moderate over the weekend into next week. Parts of the southern Appalachians, the Piedmont areas, may start out at frosty levels on Easter Sunday morning, but as we progress into the afternoon hours, highs forecast to range from the mid-60s over the southern Appalachians back to the mid-70s along the Gulf and southern Atlantic coast. So it's just a couple nights got to get through. We'll survive, but you're definitely going to be breaking out the heavy jackets if you're headed off to work there on Friday morning. So the good old temperature roller coaster, as we call it. All right, what else we have on the list here? Looking at the radar scene, aside from the cold temperatures, for most areas, you're dry. Yeah, the rains have pushed well off the eastern seaboard. Still maybe seeing a few flurries through parts of central Pennsylvania. See a few flurries up into south central New York there, on down into parts of West Virginia. Again, just very light flurry activity, sporadic. Not going to amount to anything. From there, you've got to get all the way out to central portions of Arizona, and there's a little bit of light rain falling there, but an overwhelming majority, 99% of the country, you've got dry conditions. It's been exceptionally dry in recent days in the Dakotas, and we've been dealing with wildfires, and things have actually gone from bad to worse. Evacuations have been ordered in parts of North Dakota this past day as a wildfire southwest of Medora, North Dakota. You got a wildfire southwest of the city there. Smoke from the blaze impacting travel on I-94. Both the east and westbound lanes were temporarily closed Thursday evening. North Dakota's governor declaring a statewide fire emergency in response to the fire. So that enables the North Dakota National Guard to assist in containing the wildfire. While smoke from the fire impacted travel on I-94, satellite imagery even picked up the smoke, and the National Weather Service's infrared channel picked up the hot temperatures from the blaze. Let's see, Major General Alan Dorman with the National Guard said North Dakota must be prepared to respond to wildland fires during periods of ongoing dry conditions and drought conditions. Right now, the state has an elevated spring and summer fire potential. A significant number of fires have already occurred. So the North Dakota National Guard has the resources we may need to support these firefighting efforts. Much of the western portions of the state, including Billings County, where that Medora is located, is experiencing extreme drought conditions. So North Dakota, as well as a majority of South Dakota, much of Montana, and areas of Nebraska, have all been experiencing red flag warnings this week. Temperatures, priming fire conditions, the warming temperatures, the dry conditions are expected to continue into the weekend for that part of the country. Those dry conditions in place through the weekend, sunshine mixed with some patchy clouds. It's going to be very warm for the start of April. Dew points in the single digits and teens. You may only see dew points rising into maybe the mid-20s percentile today. Temperatures to be in the low 70s into Saturday, upper 70s on Sunday. Isn't that bizarre? We're talking 70-degree temperatures in North Dakota, and we've got freeze warnings all the way down to the Gulf Coast. It's a bizarre jet stream pattern we've got right now. Friday afternoon into the evening may see winds gusting once again up to 25 miles per hour, which will be interfering with firefighting efforts. The winds Saturday into Sunday, gusting to about 20 miles per hour. As of this past day, April 1, the North Dakota Forest Service has received reports of more than 140 wildfires, burning over 30,000 acres in total. All right, so very interesting. Very, very active there in the Dakotas right now, so be cautious. You don't typically think of like the Dakotas as places where you ought to really be careful about flipping a cigarette butt out the window. But right now, that's exactly what's going on. All right, so a Friday, lo and behold, that means coming up after a news update, top of the hour, a little after 1 a.m., we've got our winners. I've got the winner right here before me for this week's Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. That'll be our grand prize. We got, of course, the semi-prevention package for second place, semi-performance package from Hot Shot Secret for our third place runner-up winners in our contest this week. So hang on for that. I had flipped over to the overnightdriveradio.com website, and I mentioned last evening that the hats and the travel mugs had arrived. They are indeed up and available. Go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on shop, and you've got the kind of black and white hats with the Overnight Drive Radio logo there. You've got the travel mugs. Now, these are pretty much identical to the big green Hot Shot Secret mugs, 30 ounce, big, and these things will keep ice. I can bring in a cup of ice water in the evening, and I've still got a whole cup of ice when I get off in the morning, and hours. Keeps your drinks ice cold. Of course, there are T-shirts, and one thing they did upgrade this past day, like if you click on the T-shirt, we've had several callers saying, well, they said they're out of my size. They put a little addition there. I'm looking right now, the extra large T-shirts, there's like 25 of those left in stock. You scroll down to whatever size you need. You got 2X, they still have 34 of those in stock. The 3X and the 4X, those are the ones that are sold out right now. Just a handful of smalls, like just 4 smalls in stock. So they're available, but you can at least see what is in stock right now. And what's out of stock, they'll be ordering more. I think they only ordered like 75 of the travel mugs and 75 of the hats, so get them while they're hot. 74 hats in stock right now. So there you go, overnightdriveradio.com. We'll get to your calls here on a Friday, a good Friday morning. Great to have you with us as we head into the Easter weekend. I'm not sure who we've got on the line. What am I looking at? Greenville Elementary, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Who we got here? Who's this?
Hello, Mr. Sommers. It's your favorite person, Matthew.
Well, that would be Matthew. Okay, I didn't understand. I don't know. Did you say something about Greenville Elementary School or Taco Bell or something?
No.
Okay, never mind. What's going on, Matthew? Hey, I know it was opening day. Did you check out your Cardinals? I don't even know. Who won that game, Reds or the Cards?
We literally smacked the Reds around.
Okay, that answers that question. So you beat the crap out of the Reds.
Yes. Yes. But, yeah, I was in a real fog. I wasn't really wanting to call in the past few nights. And I'm like, you know what? I knew if it wasn't for tonight, my next chance wasn't going to be till Sunday night into Monday. So I said, I'd rather do it for tonight. But anyway, how have you been?
Doing just fine. Staying out of trouble? Yep.
Well, that's good. Here's the big news out of the college basketball world.
Oh, I did not. What's the big news?
The head basketball coach for the men's North Carolina team, Roy Williams, retired after 33 seasons with the Tar Heels.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was reading the posts and comments, and I mean with the head coach of that, with that much head coaching experience, man, I don't know how they can replace such a good long time
with the tenure of 30 plus years, they're going to have their hands full trying to find a replacement for him. I see what you mean.
Yeah, but have you heard from Mr. Rodney lately?
Mr. Rodney?
Yeah, Rodney Upton.
I don't think so, no. I recognize the name from like Facebook and whatnot, but I don't think I've spoke to him.
Okay, because he was watching on Facebook one night, and I had replied to him, and I had said, have they gotten the Overnight Drive Apple app released?
Yes,
and
we did.
And he's so it was like right after I had asked him, I saw the post on Facebook, and I already have it on my phone.
There you go. Yeah, thanks for reminding us about that. Yeah, it's only been on for the last couple of nights. If you go to the Apple iStore on your iPhone, the Apple App Store, or whatever the heck they call it, type in overnightdriveradio.com. The iPhone app is up and running. He wasn't kidding about Cardinals smacked the Reds around. Opening day in the books, 11-6 was the final score. Cardinals over the Reds for opening day. All righty, looking here, some of our comments. Matthew was up there, gentlemen, calling in to talk about baseball and basketball. All right, so we've spoke to Matthew there. Have a great weekend, Matthew. Thanks for checking in. Morning, everybody from Jacksonville, Florida. Dale checks in. 55 degrees, kind of a cool night in Northeast Florida. We're dropping down to about 45 tonight. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to have a talk with the Chamber of Commerce. This is not what they promised me when I moved here, right? Let's all have a great weekend. Let's keep Steve up. Everybody take care. Tank checking in from Oklahoma this morning, about to cross over into Arkansas, a cool 46 degrees there. Just about to the home 20. Everybody have a great weekend. Captain Ron, where it's 53 degrees in Gainesville, Florida tonight. About 20 degrees colder than it was last night. Maybe it's going to snow. No, I don't think you have to worry about that, Captain Ron, but what do we see here? What else? All of our Florida friends. Richard, morning from Florida. Best to you and Steve. Morning from Oklahoma City. Daniel checking in. There's Scotty. Yeah, Scotty. How about them Cards? 11-6. Fuzzy's in the house. Morning. Hope everybody has some time with their loved ones this Easter. Yeah, I haven't put away the snowblower just yet, right? A couple more here. Dave checks in. That's Fly Rod. I think Fly Rod's actually holding on. Is he up there? Yes, he is. Morning, Fly Rod. All right, let's speak it up. Let's jump on up to see what Fly Rod's got on his mind. Hello there, Dave. What's happening?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fine. How about you, Mr. Traffic Jam Man? What the hell?
Now, look here, I'm going to get to that in just a moment. But before I get on this rant, well, first of all, is Big Ed on the line there too?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. What'd you say? His sorry what?
Nah, I'll get to him in due time. I'll deal with him in due time. But first of all, on a serious note, Steve, I wanted to call in a couple nights ago and couldn't do it. But I listened to the replay of how you had that young phone caller a couple nights ago. Colton, riding with his daddy up in Michigan.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Steve, on behalf of myself and all these other guys out here that do this for a living, that means so much. The way you handled him, the way you talked to him with respect and dignity. That young man, I'm sure, climbed out of that truck after being with his dad for a few days and probably was grinning from ear to ear. And, I wouldn't doubt if one day he's going to climb in a truck just from being with his dad like that. And there's just a lasting memory, and you were the icing on the cake. And I just, on behalf of myself and these other guys out there, I just really appreciate the way you handled him.
Sure, absolutely. I got his phone number for his code to Kyle this past day, so I'm sure he got that out to him. So,
right. So Big Ed told me I was supposed to call in and defend myself. So I know he ratted on me. So when he called, I'm sure he's listening right this moment. And Big Ed, you can kiss my you-know-what. So anyway, so here's what happened. We're trying to do a good thing. We're trying to sell these headsets. It's quality made, best-selling headsets in the market, I must say. We're trying to sell them, and what we can't sell, we give them away as a promo. So, I'm traveling all around the highways and byways around Metro Atlanta trying to get these headsets out to all the good little boys and girls, along with delivering my rocks and sand and mulch. And unfortunately, my truck took a nosedive again. And I caused a little bit of a traffic stir up, and not a big deal, about 3-4 mile back up.
Not a big deal.
It could be worse.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. But you know what the real kicker is? That sorry, no good Big Ed. So he's running through Atlanta there on the north side where I was at, on his way out to Augusta. And he went by me, and he didn't throw me a sandwich, didn't offer me a bottle of water, nothing. He just kept on doing this thing, sticking his big nose up in the air. Just totally blew his old buddy off. Just totally ignored old Fly Rod's needs. I just can't believe that. So I called, I actually texted him. Now look here. I texted him this morning, and I called him a bad, bad name. And I'm going to tell you what I called him. Don't tell no one I told you this.
Okay.
But I called him a stinking chicken farmer, because I think that's what he amounts to, the stinking chicken farmer, for what he did to me. But, buddy, I'm not happy about that. But, changes on the horizon. After all the breakdowns I have with that daggone truck, there's finally got to be a line drawn in the sand, and I drew it. So I put my 2 weeks notice in. I'm looking for a greener pasture to hitch up to. So
really,
we're going to be going up to Indy here in about 2 weeks and picking up a brand new Peterbilt and bringing it back down to Georgia. So a different change, so I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. That'll be a bit
And
different.
meanwhile, yeah, it will be a bit different. You had that quick turnaround last weekend with Lisa. You and Lisa came down to Dalton.
Yep.
Well, Tammy and I is fixing to do the exact same thing you did, except we're going up your way. We're actually leaving first thing this morning, and we're heading up to Ohio, up to Washington Courthouse for the weekend. We've got a family member who's pretty sick, and hospice has been called in, so we got to go up there and deal with that for the weekend.
Hate to hear that. Yeah, Washington Courthouse, that's kind of like, I don't know if you'd say a suburb, but that's close to Cincinnati. It's not very far from us.
Yeah, not far at all. And if I go through there and I cross that Brent Spence Bridge tomorrow afternoon and it's all held up, I'm going to assume it was you.
If I could give you some advice, I would take the 275 loop around. That damn thing, with that construction they've got going on, it backs up for miles and miles every single day right now. So even when we came back, when we were coming back from Georgia, I took the west side around, past the international airport, then out past Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Then on, you can take either direction around, east or west. It adds, I think, another 12, 15 miles to the trip. And man, it's better than sitting in all that traffic trying to cross the bridge. That added another 20 minutes to my trip on the way home. But after all the delays we had seen already, what the heck was another 20 minutes? But yeah, if you've got one of those GPS apps or whatever, I don't know which one Princess was using, but it shows where you've got delays and backups and accidents. It's whatever she's using, it's pretty smart because it tells you beware of pothole in the road ahead, a car parked on the side of the road ahead. It's very, very, very accurate. The app she's got. All right, we'll get our news break as we're underway on a Friday morning. Good Friday, no less. And by the way, we've actually got our Dumbass of the Week nominees. Brain Dead, if you can hold on through the news break, we'll get you here. I've got your email. We've got it all printed up, the inaugural edition from the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive edition of our DA of the Week. We've got some doozies this week. So good to have you with us. Stick around. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
George Floyd's girlfriend took the stand on day 4 of the trial of fired Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. She told the jury how they both struggled with an addiction to opiates. Prosecutor Jerry Blackwell asked about their drug use last May and any impacts it may have had on them.
Did you see Mr. Floyd take any of those pills?
Yes, we took them together that time.
I'm sorry?
We did take them together that time.
And when he took those, obviously he didn't die, right?
No, he did not.
Did you see how they affected him?
He had a lot of energy.
The defense contends it was Floyd's drug use and underlying health conditions that led to his death. The gunman who killed 4 people and critically wounded a 5th at a Southern California office building knew all the victims personally or through business dealings. Police say the gunman chained shut the gates to 2 entrances, delaying officers from getting inside. This is USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All righty, welcome back on a Friday. What are we looking at here? Some of our messages. There's old Kentucky Ken checking in this morning. Serving and protecting. Yes, he is. Thanks for what you do, Kentucky Ken. And thanks for dialing us up the other morning. Paul says, Steve, if the state governor's the first line of defense for their people, does the governor have the power to close their border? If so, Texas governor's not doing his job. You know, I don't know that they have the power to close the border. In Texas, the governor there has activated thousands of National Guard to place along the border to assist there, but pass that by your listeners there and maybe get their thoughts. Paul's listening in there from Dayton, Ohio. So, all right, there's the message. I'd have to do a little research. I do not know the answer to that question. Who else we got here? Who was it that said just ordered 2 hats and a travel mug, I believe it was. I saw that message a few moments ago. So whoever that was, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks for checking in. Paula checking in from Arkansas this morning. Stephen says, oh, it's nice and warm in California. Yeah, you've actually got a heat wave building out west. You know, we'll check on that side of the country coming up here. I guess in reference to the the coach there for the Tar Heels. What was it, 18 years with the Tar Heels? 3 national championship, over 900 wins. As a coach, I guess he's like 3rd all time. All right. So there you go. Now, I'm going to get to Brain Dead because he's hanging in there and got those DA of the Week nominees. Good morning, Brain Dead.
No, hey, Steve-O. Give the drivers a little heads up around good old West Memphis, Arkansas, because I know Dingbat or Paula's probably listening if that's the one that I'm thinking of.
Dingbat.
I-40 and I-55 in West Memphis has been screwed up all week, and probably is going to be screwed up most of next week. They're doing some road work. This is going I-40 eastbound and I-55 southbound. It's down to one lane where the merge comes together. If you're going eastbound, get off at Lehigh, which is exit 272. Stay on that all the way through West Memphis to Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. Hang a left, take you to the truck stops. You can go to I-40 or stay straight and go to I-55. Your choice.
Okay.
If you're coming I-55 south, get off at exit 10, hang a right, go to the next light, hang a left, follow that over the Interstate 40 to the actual next working traffic light, hang a left, and follow the same detour down to Martin Luther King Boulevard. And that'll put you around all of that junk that's going on right there, because the delays are going on 40 at least 15 miles.
Wow.
Yeah. So just be prepared. Our guys at the yard, it normally from our yard to Paragould and back is about a 2.5 to 4 hour turn. They're doing it in about 6. So just as a heads up, if you're coming this way for the next little bit, check that GPS, because and that good old Google Maps or whatever GPS system you use, because they have it down to one lane. Now, a lot of people are getting off at College Boulevard and running down the frontage road. They have the on-ramp at 7th Street or Missouri Street, 7th Street onto the interstate blocked off, so you have to go down one more exit. And that is if you're trying to go on 40, that is a hard merge over with traffic, because just past that 7th Street is where it widens back to the 3 lanes. So that's why I'm trying to get everybody to go down to Dr. Martin Luther King and come past the truck stops, because it's a lot more safer than having to cut across 2 lanes of traffic and trying to wind everything back up again.
Gotcha.
So
sounds like
how was your week, buddy?
I had a good week. Got our Good Friday here, and as you were speaking, Kyle said, "Hey, I was expecting some Easter-themed pink lighting tonight." So I flipped it over. That's supposed to be a pink color. I just flipped this over to if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. Does that look pink? So there you go. Ready for your Easter weekend, are you?
Steve, your dad was right about you. You had a face for radio, but I wonder what your dad would be thinking now with the innovation of YouTube and all this other stuff going on.
If he were still around, I think he'd be all into it.
I don't know. I would like to see the dynamite when he blew it up. How that would work. But,
exactly.
But yeah, it's been a crazy week. The traffic being screwed up around here, it has been crazy. Like I said. Oh, by the way, did you ever talk to that cranky crustacean?
I have not spoke to him. He has not called the program one time. The one time he did, I saw his name on hold. He held on for like 8 minutes, and he dumped out on us. So no, I have not spoke to Lobster yet.
Oh, I forgot to tell you last time. Oh, I forgot to tell you. He came down here. Oh, when was it? About a month and a half, almost 2 months ago. He said that he wanted to make up for that dinner. Remember, what was it, about 3-4 years ago? He skipped out on that steak dinner up there, that Flying J in Carlisle.
Yeah.
Or Petro in Carlisle. Remember that? He said that he wanted to come down here and make it up to me, Steve. I said, well, come on down, make it up to me. So he came on down. We had a good little time. He told me he wanted to party like it's 1999. I said, all right. So so when the bill came at $20, he skipped out. Stuck me with the bill again, Steve. Would you believe that? Second time in a row.
That doesn't surprise me a bit.
Bill.
Yeah, well, that's you. Hey, now you've been burned twice. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, or wait a minute, shame on you. Shame on you now.
Man, that cranky crustacean. You can't never trust a crabby old man like that. I mean, oh man, what are you gonna do with some guy like old Lobster there? But yeah. So how do we do with our nominees for our Dumbass of the Week nominees today, Steve? This week, Steve.
I think you've got some goodies in here. You've got the global DA of the Week nominees. Got one out of Canada. Got one out of the UK. Of course, you got some dumbass drunks. So yeah, that's some good ones. Thank you.
Yeah, we try not to discriminate. We try to make it global, and and I know you have a lot of new listeners to your program. We started this on your old show. What was it? 3 years ago?
Yeah,
no, back in
that.
16.
Yeah,
in 2016. In October 2016. Matter of fact, it was just before Trump was the election. And honestly, I want to say thank you to everybody that made it a hit to the spot. I never dreamed in my wildest days that it would take off. The Facebook group, the Facebook group's now up to 2,000 members. I never thought it would get up to that far.
I was just going to say, Brain Dead started up this Institute for Darwin Awards on Facebook, and for whatever reason, when somebody sends you a request to join, I see that email or the message or whatever. So yeah, I'm always seeing people asking to become a member of the Institute for Darwin Awards. That's our DA of the Week nominees.
Yep, that's the official home. And most people, we try to find, we only allow, and I'll only post accurate stories from credible news sources, not The Onion or World News Daily Report or whatever.
Yep.
This is actually like where you could go to the site that you could have, Steve, in like whatever the news station is in Jacksonville, Florida, and you can see what this guy in Jacksonville, Florida did. And anything that's questionable, we try to find 2 or 3 sources. So this is actually true stuff. And we try to find stuff that's within the last week or 2.
Mm-hmm.
I try not to go anything farther back than 2 weeks. But in the group, we allow people to send us stuff. The same thing applies. But, no, we have a set rules and set standards that we live by. We try to keep the rules simple. So, but anybody wants to go and join, hey, sign up, say hi. We appreciate it. But Steve, I got to get up early and go back and do that nasty 4-letter word tomorrow. And I'm just glad it's Friday. But Steve, the one thing you have to remember though, Steve, my dad told me this. He said, Good Friday's not once a year, it's every Friday.
I can accept that. Thank you very much. Every Friday's a Good Friday. Yeah, that's true. And this wasn't actually on his official DA of the Week nominees list because it just happened this past day. And just a hop, skip, and a jump up the interstate from us here in Southwest Ohio, up toward the Dayton area, New Carlisle. Yeah, she definitely gets a Dumbass of the Week nomination. A New Carlisle woman is going to jail after deputies said she falsely reported an active shooter at the Navistar plant on Urbana Road this past morning. Let's see. Chris Clark says the worker at the plant texted her sister saying there was a report of an active shooter. The sister then called 911 about 11:45 a.m., prompting a countywide law enforcement response to the plant from multiple police agencies. She said there was a guy that got fired yesterday. He came in with a gun, and they're barricaded with the lights off in an office. The sister immediately calls 911 and passed that along. She said, she sent me a text. I'm afraid to text her if they're barricaded and hiding in there. Deputies were on the scene within 2 minutes and quickly entered the facility looking for the reported active shooter. When they were eventually alerted, the report was she was April Fool's pranking her sister. Whoops. Sheriff said she put a lot of people in danger today over a stupid joke. The female worker, identified as 57-year-old Pamela Cisco of New Carlisle, was arrested. She'll be booked into the Clark County Jail. Potential charges not immediately released. Probably something like inducing panic, maybe. The sheriff's office said the prank led to multiple 911 calls coming into their dispatch center. Oh, boy. In this modern era, in this day and age, with active shooter scenarios that happen, and of course we've had a couple in just the past month. Not a smart thing. I guess she never thought her sister would dial 911, though. It's just... All right, Dean checks in this morning. He said, I appreciate you coming in, Steve. It's Buckeye Boy. Here on I-10 westbound in Louisiana. It's 53 degrees. It was a chilly, windy day in Georgia today, and I had my short pants on. Not my best choice in attire. But I did have a sweatshirt. That helped out. And it was, okay, there it was, Wagon Master who checked in. Wagon Master listening in from Missouri. Just ordered my 2 hats and a mug. Thanks for all you do. All right. Thank you so much, Wagon Master. Good to have you with us. Our friend Steve, he may call in tonight. He sends me a lot of very interesting news articles and whatnot. I try to share as many as I can get to. But in regards to the November election, as we all recall, odd things, potential fraud, was the election stolen? All those questions that have been asked by millions of Americans. We have investigations going on in Texas, Georgia, I believe it was. There were several states, Georgia for sure, where the judge is going to order the opening of the records, the ballots there in, Fulton County, the Atlanta metro area. Well, the latest is Arizona. The Arizona Senate on March 31st announcing that 4 firms have been hired to audit election results and recount the 2.1 million ballots cast in Maricopa County to ensure the legitimacy of President Biden's win. The announcement from Senator Karen Fann, just weeks after Arizona legislators ordered a recount of the ballots from the state's most populous county. The Senate released a statement on March the 18th saying they will conduct a broad, detailed audit, adding they're going to test voting machines, scan ballots, look for any sort of IT breaches, and perform a hand count. Recounts are something state law does not allow except in narrow circumstances, but a judge's ruling said the Senate has oversight powers that allows them to do whatever election review they want. This independent audit will be conducted by 4 out-of-state companies: Wake Technology Services, Cipher Digital Discovery, and Cyber Ninjas. A report's expected to be released in about 60 days, according to a statement from the Senate. I'm guessing they're using 4 different services. Are they looking to see if they get maybe the same results from the 4 different independent services? The Senate said Florida-based cybersecurity company Cyber Ninjas will be leading the audit, noting that they focus on computer application security for financial services and government clients. Wake Technology has performed hand count audits in Pennsylvania and New Mexico, while the company Cipher focuses on computer forensics and cyber attacks Okay, Digital Discovery's website, apparently they focus on digital forensics. They're looking into everything. The audit will validate every area of the voting process to ensure the integrity of the vote. The scope of work will include, but is not limited to, scanning all ballots, a full manual recount, auditing the registration and votes cast, the vote counts, and the electronic voting system. I mean, they're going through it all. Is it not a little bit too little too late? Senate said leadership will not be directly involved in the process to maintain the integrity and transparency. 2 separate forensic audits of last year's election, they say, were already conducted. However, the Senate maintains that a separate audit must be carried out with a trusted group in order to restore faith in the voting system. Our people need to be assured that the Senate and Maricopa County can work together on this audit to bring integrity to the election process. Democracy cannot survive if the people don't believe the elections are free and fair. So at least as far as in Maricopa County, that was one of those where things were kind of held up for an awful lengthy period of time. And Arizona, if I recall, that was the state that it was so bizarre that they were so early in the count. And who was the guy on, I think, Fox News, called Arizona for Joe Biden way, way early. And that kind of raised red flags. How could you call a state like that so early on unless you had some sort of inside information? Like, some people say, well, the fix was on. That was actually the night Fox News lost a number of viewers to that channel as they flipped over to Newsmax. And a whole bunch of them have never gone back to Fox. Newsmax continues to grow very rapidly. Fastest growing news organization out there. All right, there you have it. It's 844-844-3388. Who we got next up here? Hello, Horse Feathers. Happy Friday. Good Friday.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Oh, thanks for being in today. I was wondering if you were going to have one of them 4-day weeks. I know it's been a while since you've been, having them Fridays off or Mondays off and working them 4-day work week. So I was just wondering when you were planning on that coming up.
Yeah, but anyways, as a new employee, I get to start off like everybody else. I haven't even been into the web portal to see how many weeks you get for year number 1, but I've got to. After all those years I spent at my other place, I had all the paid holidays, 4 weeks paid vacation. I did get my fair share of time off. You recall that well, right?
Yeah, and what you had 600 or 700 sick days to use? Did you get to carry them over? Did Chris allow you to carry over all those sick days you had never used there at the other place?
I had nine weeks worth of sick days, and when they let me go, I didn't get that either. That 9 weeks that went out the window. Boom.
Yeah, boy, I'm glad you were so loyal to them, Steve. Yeah. So anyways, isn't that the one that the cancel culture has been going after to try to get off the satellite?
Absolutely.
And the cable TV network?
They want to cancel Newsmax and Fox News for that matter.
Yeah.
And what's the other one? I think it's One American News. I don't get a lot from One American News, but that's another one they want canceled. They're conservative.
Yeah. So, hey, speaking of that, is there any more on that that representative there that was being blackmailed and trying to have the cancel culture come after him with saying he was with the 17-year-old? Is there any more on him?
There's all kinds of stuff on him. I mean, that's a big time. I mean, I'll punch over to Drudge, and here's the big headline with his photograph. He's got Sugar Daddy. Gates probed for pay sex. Make America Great Again hero is in a Make America Great Again mess. Next headline says he tripped on ecstasy. I guess there's all kinds of bad publicity. One report says when he was a newcomer into the House of Representatives. Supposedly he was proud of the females that he would go out with and have sex with, and supposedly he was showing nude photos of some of those women, even on the House floor, according to the reports. So it's gone from bad to worse on that guy.
Okay. Boy.
How much of it's true, I have no idea, but that's Cuomo's got all the allegations against him, so you...
Yeah, but Washington isn't a good place to be there, is it? And I guess any of the government positions there, I don't know. Just any place they can find skeletons or any place they can hang skeletons in your closet, I guess. Anyways, hey, last night listening to Pappy there with Big Ed, and I know he was probably talking there on his Stellar Pluto Duo headset. And he kind of had that fade in, fade out thing, as you were noticing that I'd had, and I hope mine's been better.
It has.
But the one thing I've done is I moved the microphone so the very end of the microphone just comes to the corner of my mouth. I don't have any of the foam covered part of the microphone in front of my mouth. It's off to the side, and as I say, it just the very tip of it, I just have at the corner of my mouth, and it seems to have eliminated most of that problem there that I ever had with the fading in and out. For some reason, it holds the signal or the modulation or whatever you want to call it there of my voice. The microphone recognizes it and doesn't drift off to somewhere else there. So so anyways, that's something anybody else could try that has it, see if it helps them out a little bit there. But so did you hear about this whole deal with the pharmaceutical manufacturer here in Maryland that we got going on that kind of screwed up, I don't know, like 15 million
doses. Yeah. What? Somebody had a bad day.
Yeah, somebody forgot to set the timer on the oven or something there when they were baking their cupcakes. But they didn't really say a whole lot about it. But I think this company's had problems before because they still don't have the okay from the CDC or the FDA or one of them letter groups there to even have their production even be released yet into the United States. You know, they can't whatever they make still can't be released here in the United States, but they were working on that AstraZeneca one there that was being used overseas. So I'm wondering, they had problems with that over across the way there, right?
Right.
The AstraZeneca one. So I wonder if this place in Maryland's got more problems than what they want to admit. But they've had a bunch of things checked into them that weren't quite kosher in the past. So I'm kind of surprised that they're even involved in any of this, or they're even really still in business. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they were the company that was just about ready to go out of business. They'd had some bad times in the past lots of years, and they were down to like 100 employees, and now with this whole COVID deal and this Johnson & Johnson vaccination they were working on, they jumped up to like 800 employees all of a sudden, and their stock kind of did like a YRC thing. It was down in the pennies, and now it's up into the high dollars again, and it's like, I don't understand how things turn around like that. But anyways, hey, to get on to baseball, I guess the Orioles game was delayed there. I guess from what I heard on the news, their opening day got delayed wherever they went to play. And did you see anything of the highlights in Cleveland there?
I haven't really seen any highlights of anything as far as baseball this past day. No, sir.
Yeah, the Cleveland there, I'm surprised they didn't get a snow delay because in the first inning they were playing the Tigers, and somebody thought they got a double there with the Tigers, and it ended up he had a home run and didn't even realize it because it was snowing so hard out there they didn't even know where the ball went out there in the snow.
That's odd.
So anyways, so I don't know. I guess that's about all we got for you. It's kind of a clear morning, down to about 35 degrees. So I guess the possibility there could be a couple icy spots, but other than that, everything's pretty well cleared off. The rain's all gone. Everything seems to have dried up pretty well, as you say. But anyways, I hope those forest fires out there in I guess that's the Midwest, isn't it? The Western Midwest,
the Dakotas,
out
yes.
there in the Dakotas. Yeah, I hope that, I don't know, is that gonna bother the forest industry, the lumber and all that? And we've already got high prices on lumber from the other fires last year that were. So I didn't know if there's much lumber industry there that they get timber out of there, or if
I don't think that's going to be an impact. It's not as widespread, first of all, and most of the high prices right now are being blamed on the shutdowns, with so many people being cooped up at their homes, and everybody decided to do home renovations and new homes. Yeah, demand for new homes has been way up. So that it's all the demand. And look back at all the destruction from the hurricanes last year, the damaged homes, that are tornadoes, and all the disasters. All these things that have to be rebuilt, they all need lumber. It's a supply and demand thing. Bit behind, but got a Friday closed out hour number one. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden meeting with his full cabinet and talking about ways to promote his $2 trillion infrastructure plan. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
Good infrastructure planning is always about looking to the future. Railroads weren't part of infrastructure until we built them.
Kentucky House Republican James Comert.
It's not an infrastructure bill. Only 25% of the total funding would go for basic infrastructure.
Both appeared on Fox. The Biden administration is launching a program to help people in low-income communities get COVID-19 vaccines. Vice President Harris was at a roundtable with community leaders.
The vaccine is safe, and it will save lives.
Athletes, celebrities, and faith leaders are part of the effort to get the vaccines out. She said, right now, we can advance where we want to be as a country in terms of protecting our neighbors. This is USA Radio News.
Billy Gerard here for Ocean Salmon. The new year is on its way and you're making those resolutions. One of yours this year to eat better. And you know what? Salmon should be a part of that. And the best salmon is available delivered to you from our friends at oceansalmon.com. Chilean, farm-raised, sustainably raised in the cold Chilean waters. It's one thing to make a commitment to eat better. The next step in that is knowing where your salmon comes from. The very best salmon comes from Chile, and that is oceansalmon.com. Go right now, oceansalmon.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR15. You will get an additional pound of salmon, 15% off, and free shipping. Ocean Salmon, OSHENSALMON, oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Free shipping, an additional pound, oh my goodness, and 15% off. Oceansalmon.com, OSHEN salmon.com. That's oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Hurry, supplies are limited.
Emotional testimony in the courtroom from Courtney Ross, who was George Floyd's girlfriend. She discussed their mutual drug use and struggles with opioid addiction.
There was a time in March when you knew he was back to using pills. Is that right?
I thought his behavior had changed.
The defense saying that drugs played a role in Floyd's death. Ross testified that Floyd overdosed and was hospitalized 2 months prior to his death. She said the passenger in his car last May was one of his drug suppliers. He told the court through an attorney that he will plead the fifth and not testify in the case. At least 4 people, including a child, were killed in a shooting at a Southern California business complex on Wednesday. The suspected gunman and a female victim were also shot and taken to a local hospital in critical condition. A firearm was located at the scene. California Governor Gavin Newsom tweeted, "It was horrifying and heartbreaking." You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141.
That's 800-215-5141.
After being hampered by coronavirus restrictions, Major League Baseball is back, as we hear from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
Thursday is opening day, and all 32 teams will take to the field. Teams will be playing 162 games this season, unlike last year. Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred telling USA Today it's the most anticipated opening day he's seen. These small business owners in Colorado tell Fox News they're excited to see the season begin.
This is our busiest day of the year would be opening day. Basically, we were at zero capacity last year at the same time, and now going to, we can fit, 200 people in our bar. It just makes the world of difference for our staff and for us as well.
Being next to the Rocky Stadium and just this location, it's gold in its prime, so we're really excited.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Mistakes at a Baltimore plant have caused some Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccines to be tossed. USA's Dan Rocky has more.
A batch of Johnson & Johnson's COVID vaccines had to be thrown out after they failed quality checks. In a statement, the company said that an ingredient made by supplier Emergent Biosolutions did not meet standards, causing the batch to be discarded. The New York Times first reporting the news, saying that 15 million doses were lost, but the company has not confirmed the size of the batch. Johnson & Johnson says it still plans to deliver the 100 million doses it had promised by the end of June.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it on a Friday. Here we go. Get back to your calls coming up. Got our winners just ahead here. Winner. Pluto Duo headset. Grand prize, $200 value. Hang on for that. First on our traveler's weather. Okay, as we touched on last hour, cold in the deep south, much of the eastern USA. Yeah, following a brief return of winter in those north central states, the upper plains, into parts of the Midwest. That whole roller coaster ride of temperatures continues, but now you're trending toward the warmer side. You'll take that, right? A month after one of the central U.S. top 10 coldest Februaries in the modern era, March was much milder than average across the Midwest, despite the month ending with that burst of frigid air. Highs were in the 30s and 40s Wednesday. March as a whole was a very warm month for the region. The recent chill, it's going to be quick to ease its grip, as the cold winds from the north are going to be replaced with a much more favorable wind direction for the warmer weather to move in. Winds turning out of the southwest begin that warming process today for your Good Friday. From this wind direction, mild Pacific air is going to be, will have warmed up even further to record high levels across much of the west, are going to be steered into that region of the country. The air is going to remain on the cooler side around the Great Lakes as we wrap up the week. Temperatures generally at seasonable levels, 40s and 50s. You're don't have to look too far to the west on the map to see that the warmth is on the way, as we see 60s and 70s to close out the week in the northern plain. Temperatures at this level are going to spread eastward over the Midwest as we progress through the Easter weekend. The air mass will warm even more over the Easter weekend with dry, sunny weather continuing, widespread 70s and even lower 80s for daytime temperatures are going to make it feel more like more typical of May, 15 to 25 degrees above the early April averages. It's kind of crazy. Rapid City, South Dakota, the daily record for Saturday and Sunday is 82 degrees. 1943 and 1992 were the years they hit 82. One or both of those records will be within reach for your Easter weekend. Records from the 1920s will be challenged in North Platte, Nebraska this weekend. High marks for both of those days are 84. By Monday, temperatures could be approaching, believe it or not, 90 degrees. Bismarck, North Dakota, forecast to climb to 77 for your Easter Sunday. That would tie that city's record from 1991. In fact, Bismarck is forecast to have a warmer Easter than many places in the Southeast. It's going to be warmer in Bismarck than it is in New Orleans, Atlanta, even Jacksonville, Florida, if you could imagine that. Now, probably short of record levels, the warm-up's going to be impressive. Even for places like Chicago and Minneapolis, highs in the upper 60s returning Saturday, lower 70s in your forecast for Sunday. You factor in the April sunshine and the recent chill, it's going to feel so much warmer. So perfect weather if you're looking to fire up the grill, the cook outdoors, maybe the outdoor Easter egg hunts, sunrise church services for your Easter Sunday throughout the region. Early Sunday morning temperatures generally in the 40s across the Midwest, some 30s across the far northern tiers, so you may need jackets early in the day. And according to the forecasters, to the delight of spring weather fans, the warm conditions will not go away anytime soon. Next week as a whole looks to remain very mild to warm for early April. There you go. All right, it's our weekly giveaway, week number 2 of a 4-week stint here this time around via overnightdriveradio.com. That's where you go to get registered. Go to overnightdriveradio.com. You click on contests. Simply enter your email address and you're in. So what we've got are the email addresses of this week's winners. Again, with the top prize being our Pluto Duo headset from Stellar Electronic. Let me give you the full rundown here. Okay. The Pluto headset, premium sound quality, using what they call their noise armor technology, 99% noise reduction, 32 hours of talk time. You connect the Duo, that's where you get your full stereo, and that's a battery bank, extending talk time up to 60 hours. It's a $200 value. If your email is C as in Charlie, CZ Daryl, Daryle, CZ Daryl at whatever, you're this week's grand prize winner. All right, second and third place from our friends at Hot Shot Secret. Number 2, you win the Semi-Prevention Pack. That is our 64-ounce bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme. Exactly what you need to clean both the oil and the fuel systems on your rig. $120 value. If your email is Otis, O-T-I-S, _ T2000. Otis _ T2000. You are the winner of our Semi-Prevention Pack. And lastly, third place, you get the Semi-Performance Pack. That's a 64-ounce bottle of FR3 friction reducer and a 32-ounce everyday diesel treatment from Hot Shot Secret, a $78 value. If your email is TinaB13, TINAB13 at whatever, you're the winner of our third place prize package. Congratulations to all of this week's winners. If you're actually tuned in, listening in, feel free to dial us up. Love to chat with you. Obviously, they'll be in contact with you via email to get your prizes out to you. Okay, then we'll kind of reset things, and obviously sometime over the weekend or by Monday morning, you'll be able to go in and register once again for next week's giveaway. There you go. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Okay, back to the calls. And is this Frankie or Spanky? Who we got on the line?
Yeah, Spanky.
Okay.
I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna give up on your animated machine there. I wonder if I go with my government name, Jose. What will it call me?
Oh boy, that could be interesting.
I tell you, I gotta say, all right, they tossed them kids over the wall while they let them hang and they dropped them. They said they didn't get hurt. That's a 14-foot drop.
Yep.
You think they would say if they really got hurt? Or are they waiting for one of them kids to come over the wall and, God forbid, die, on U.S. soil for them to do something about it?
Right. I saw that story. They were very young kids, right? That they dropped over the fence or whatever.
Yeah, like a 3 and 4 or something like that. It's what is he waiting for?
Yeah.
For one of them to pass away?
You mean before Joe decides to do something about what's going on the border? Yeah, well, obviously.
Yeah. I don't know what to call him. Know Nothing Joe or Moneybag Joe. Look at all this money he's blowing away.
They're talking about another $2 trillion plan that they just introduced. And here sometime, I think later this month, they're going to introduce yet another $2 trillion plan. It's like the spending is off the charts.
What are we going to call him? Moneybag Joe?
Well, Joe doesn't have any money. All he has is our money. It's the taxpayers. Government doesn't have any money. It's the people, the taxes. That's the only money they've got. It's your money and my money. He don't have a problem giving it away, though, does he?
Oh, no. You think Trump will run as a third party since he's talking? Thinking about running?
No, I think he's pretty much clarified that. He's just going to get behind and put his money behind conservative Republicans and to go after especially those that stabbed him in the back and voted to impeach him. I think there were seven of them, weren't there? So he's looking to get them replaced. And if he feels like you're a rhino, if you're a rhino, he's going to back conservatives to defeat them, get the incumbents out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Another thing, we got a sheriff down by Tampa, Polk County Sheriff. I think it's Judge Grady or something like that. He's always calling. He even got some of his deputies, and he put them on Fox News, and he calls them like dumbass of the week and shit.
Okay, that's great.
Oops, sorry about the A word.
I got you.
Yeah, he just caught some jailers smuggling tobacco products into the jail, and he put them on Fox News. He's always doing something, calling them out.
Well, Spanky, it's great to hear from you here on a Friday morning. Have a great weekend, and don't hesitate to check in again. Maybe next time you call, you can try your real name, Jose. See what it says. Oh, my. Where do we go with Joe? Crazy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Puppet Joe. I think that's the appropriate title right now. He's the puppet. Yeah, all these things. Of course, this wish list for the Democrat Party. I thought the proverbial wish list was all rolled up into the so-called COVID relief plan, the $2 trillion deal there, $1.9 trillion, which only about 10% was really for COVID. It was the wish list. Now, as you just heard in the news update a few minutes ago, as they've looked through the official $2 trillion, quote, infrastructure plan, 75% of it is not about infrastructure. It's just adding on to the Democrats' spending wish list. Yeah, Joe Biden's like a dream come true. Now, on to the southern border. They've all been saying this, but it goes on with each passing day. The latest is Representative Michael Burgess of Texas, who this past evening here, just a few hours ago, was interviewed and said, Joe Biden has essentially handed operational control of our southern border to the Mexican drug cartels. He has no will to enforce the immigration laws. The problem right now is the administration has lost the will to enforce the law at the border, which has been offering up a week-long series on the Biden-era border and the surge of immigrants. We've repeatedly been sharing stories that this is what a lawless border looks like. This lack of national security will be felt throughout the country, not just along those border with Texas over to Southern California. It's just a matter of time before U.S. citizens are going to be drawn into this. The operational control right now is not a feature of the United States government. It is wholly controlled by the cartels. The cartels have used human trafficking following the reversal of the Trump-era border restrictions to smuggle humans and drugs across the border. They have medieval levels of cruelty in their business plan. It's not a benign occurrence that is happening. It is a clear and present danger, he went on to say. What's the answer for Joe Biden? It's simple, a redo of what former President Trump had done to cut into mass migration. President Biden knows what to do. Reinstitute the Remain in Mexico program that Trump had, enforce the Title 42 from the CDC that allows keeping migrants in Mexico before they come into this country to be sure they don't have a contagious disease. Do that for children as well as adults, and yes, this problem will quickly be curtailed. But if you don't send that clear, quick message, which is don't spend the money, don't come, you're not getting in, it's not a free pass. This is not going to stop. It's not going to wane. It's just going to get deeper and deeper with each passing day. While Joe's out there touting the fact that he's going to create more jobs. You know, this $2 trillion plan, we're going to create more jobs, working on our infrastructure, right? Meanwhile, he's killing jobs. We've talked ad nauseum the jobs that on day number one, killing the Keystone Pipeline, banning fracking on federal lands, the job losses. We've got like 17 million people that are still out of work right now, according to the report from Breitbart. Here's the latest job killer. President Biden has restarted a number of visa programs, allowing U.S. companies to more readily outsource jobs, even as about 17 million Americans are still jobless. In the height of the pandemic last year, June of 2020, then President Trump signed an executive order halting H-1B visas, H-4 visas, H-2B visas, L visas, and J-1 visas, while tens of millions of Americans were jobless or underemployed because of the COVID. Let's all go back. At the end of 2020, Trump renewed the order to continue prioritizing Americans for U.S. jobs. Although corporate interests continuously tried to sue and lobby for an end to the order. Well, on April 1st, it was not an April Fool's. Biden let the order expire, announcing via the State Department Presidential Proclamation 10052, which temporarily suspended the entry program of a number of those visas, expired on March 31st. Visa applicants who've not yet been interviewed or scheduled for an interview will have their application prioritized, processed in accordance with existing phased resumption of the visa service guidance. Visa applicants who were previously refused visas due to the restrictions of that proclamation can now reapply by submitting a new application with a new fee. This will mean companies can more readily outsource U.S. jobs as they were before the coronavirus hit the nation. The move comes with nearly 17 million jobless and another 6.1 million underemployed right now. But they all want full-time jobs and competitive wages and good benefits. A number of senators, Josh Hawley, Tom Cotton, Chuck Grassley, Marsha Blackburn, had urged the president not to flood the labor market with more foreign competition. Kevin Lynn is the founder of U.S. Tech Workers, representing American STEM workers and those who have had their jobs outsourced. He says that this decision by President Biden, quote, is a kick in the teeth to workers for three reasons. First, with 18 million unemployed, underemployed, or having given up looking for work, it informs us this economy has not recovered from our response to COVID. Secondly, the majority, roughly 3/4 of the visas, go to people from India. That's a country right now experiencing a surge in COVID cases. Lastly, according to a recently published paper by the Economic Policy Institute, the majority of companies that employ H-1B visa holders are companies that have an outsourcing business model that displaces skilled American workers. That, along with either blocking and or delaying several of Trump's reforms, such as the wage level increase rule and the H-1B lottery wage selection rule, Joe Biden has just signaled it is open season on American workers that their employers deem to be too expensive or underserving or expendable. All right. Organizations with the white-collar workers of America tell Breitbart that the cheap labor lobby is way too powerful. These lobbying efforts over the past several months to restart the visa programs to more easily outsource. They've got their wish with one Joe Biden. All right, with that, we get a news break. As we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, I think we'll get a quick update here. You want to jump on board. Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
George Floyd's girlfriend took the stand on day 4 of the trial of fired Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. She told the jury how they both struggled with an addiction to opiates. Prosecutor Jerry Blackwell asked about their drug use last May and any impacts it may have had on them.
Did you see Mr. Floyd take any of those pills?
Yes, we took them together that time.
I'm sorry.
We did take them together that time.
And when he took those, obviously he didn't die, right?
No, he did not.
Did you see how they affected him?
He had a lot of energy.
The defense contends it was Floyd's drug use and underlying health conditions that led to his death. The gunman who killed 4 people and critically wounded a 5th at a Southern California office building knew all the victims personally or through business dealings. Police say the gunman chained shut the gates to 2 entrances, delaying officers from getting inside. This is USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back into it on a Friday. Good Friday, no less. I guess we can go on and on. We can talk all night long about things that should really urinate you off, anger you. It's going on in D.C. and, well, let's add Governor Cuomo in New York. Yeah, here I thought New York was, they were broke. Oh, yeah, they were broke. But we passed a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package. And as you recall, part of the Democrat wish list was untold billions of dollars to bail out the badly run, primarily Democrat-run states. California, New York, Illinois. So now we're just flush with cash. We just got $100 million of the American taxpayers' money. Or I should say $100 billion with a B. That's what went to New York, $100 billion. Hey, we bailed them out. Now we got more money to spend, and this is how we're going to start spending. Andrew Cuomo and state lawmakers working on what they're calling an excluded workers fund that would give ex-convicts and illegal aliens more than $27,000 because they supposedly missed out on an opportunity to work and get government cash during the coronavirus. Both of those groups, they weren't eligible for the stimulus or relief bills. Well, they're not supposed to be. Either they were in jail last year or alternately because they're foreigners who aren't supposed to be in this country to begin with. The amount of money that would go into the program is staggering. According to Politico, recipients will retroactively receive $600 for each week they were unemployed from March 27th through July the 31st of last year. They will receive $300 for each week they were unemployed from August 1 of 2020 through September 6 of 2021. Anybody who has not worked for the duration of the pandemic would thus be eligible for an immediate payment, $20,700. They could ultimately receive an additional $6,600 because it goes through September of this year. That is a grand total of $27,300. Those figures would match what they called the enhanced unemployment benefits that most workers were eligible for over the last year. Advocates have been pushing for a larger fund costing $3.5 billion so those recipients can also receive funds matching the state-level benefits. Hell, why did I even come back to work? They're going to write me a check? $20,000. Here you go. Sorry, you didn't have a job. Imagine living in New York, the state with the highest tax rate in America, finding out that they're going to give away $2 billion of your money to ex-cons and illegal aliens. It's kind of easy to laugh at it until you remember, yes, America as a whole, anybody that's paying taxes, the working man and woman, we just gave $100 billion worth of our tax dollars to New York in the COVID relief bill. So your tax dollars may not directly go into that program, but sure, it's helped them become so flush with cash that they're rather comfortable spending it on illegals and ex-cons. Of course, they could also just cut taxes, pay off debt, or add that money to a rainy day fund instead, but why should they? They assume we'll always cut them another fat check anytime they need it. That's where we stand today. Oh, by the way, we're not trying to entice anyone to come to the country. Yeah, there's another message that can go out south at the border. Hey, I just got a $20,000 check. Don't you wish you were here? Hello, Chevy guy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I keep thinking about them videos out of New York City in the boroughs that are conservative. You know, you've got bar and restaurant owners opening up, stores opening up and getting arrested, while at the same time in the boroughs of New York that were liberal, they were allowed to open up, but they were keeping it locked down in the conservative boroughs. I mean, a lot of these people put out of work. They lost their businesses. Wonder if they're going to get any of that money. Don't sound like you're on the list, unless they did some kind of a crime, beat up a cop when they was getting arrested. Maybe they can, latch in on some of it. Ain't that something? Well, but like Obama said, elections mean something, and I guess all I got to say is the American people, tough. You made the crap sandwich, eat it.
Yep.
I'm going to sit back, watch you eat it. I'm doing my best to prepare for the insanity. There's only so much you can do. Hey, we all come from a lineage. I mean, if you come from Europe, we went through pestilence and starvation. Kings that sent our ancestors off to war. to fight and to die. If you're Africa, you're same thing. You had no future, but you were a member of the tribe, and that the king of that tribe wanted the war with the neighboring tribe. You know, I'm telling you, if you're here today and you're alive and well, you know, we come from a tried and true race of people, and I'm not talking about color. I'm talking about the human race. I mean, we are the best of the best, and we will get, you know, but obviously we can see they seem to vote Democrat. There's plenty of the defected ones that made it through too.
Yeah.
I called because before I left the house, there's George Floyd's girlfriend, you know, crying on the stand. Okay, I get it. Yesterday morning, it was one of the witnesses was crying because he just lost his mom, and George Floyd, said "mommy," and he broke down crying. I think why the defense lawyer didn't jump up and say, "Stop this! You know, this doesn't have anything to do with the trial. This is that witness's personal tragedy, and it has nothing to do with this man's being, you know, we're dealing with this man's future, including his girlfriend." Hey, okay, I get it. George Floyd probably made sure the cat got fed every day. You know, even Adolf Hitler cried when his parakeet died, they say. I mean, yes, but I sure do hope that they start. This whole thing has been the same thing. We went through 4 weeks of watching this cop with a knee on the neck of George Floyd, and I compel you to think about it. He was being filmed. He's seen all these people standing around with cameras. He was acting just like he was trained to do. He wasn't trying to hide nothing. He knew he's being watched, so obviously he felt like he was in his authority to do what he's doing. And I mean, it's come out that yes, that knee hold was in the training manual and was trained, but now the chief of his police department said, "Oh, no, we don't, but it's there." So hey, and I've watched Cops. You know, if you've ever watched Cops, it's very uncomfortable. If you're an American citizen, to watch a law enforcement officer do what he has to do, it's ugly. It's offensive, because we all love freedom. And some of this stuff, like, you know, marijuana bust, and the guy resists, and I've seen them throw them on the ground, and I've seen their knees on their neck. I've seen, you know, and it's just over a plant that's basically becoming legal all over the country. But, you know, I'm sorry, what they do is very, very ugly. But at the same time, it just comes down to this. George Floyd, from the time, I mean, we all got the narrative that these were racist cops. Now, last night we got a conversation, and, you know, it looks bad that Chauvin's wife divorced him right away. I did hear somebody say that the reason why that happened, by the way, that racist cop's married to an Asian woman. The reason why she divorced him right away is to protect their assets, because they knew to defend him, he's going to lose everything every dime he has and everything he owns. So it could possibly be that he was, you know, she was trying just to defend or try to save, you know, her resources. But George Floyd, I mean, the cops come up to the car. They were very authoritative. They say, "Get out of the car." They had guns drawn on him. And then when he acted like, "Oh, I don't want to die," or "I'm going to die," they backed down. They softened up their approach. They got him out of the truck. They kept trying to reassure him that, "No, we're not going to shoot you. We're not going to kill you." Right. George Floyd controlled that scene. He controlled the cops and the reaction. George Floyd, on the pictures on court TV, showed that he had something in his mouth. They looked like lozenges, but it could possibly be drugs. They found drugs that had his DNA on them in the back seat of the cruiser, And there you go. They had him in the cruiser. While he was in the cruiser, he was, I can't breathe. And them racist cops said, sir, we'll put the window down. We'll do what we can for you. They had him in cuffs. He fought his way. Out of the cruiser. And when he got out, I can't breathe. The whole time he's saying, I can't breathe. When he got out of the cruiser, the cops didn't put him on the ground like your law enforcement buddy said last night. I don't know why they put him on the ground. No, he fought his way out of the cruiser, and he said, I got to lay down. And he laid down. Okay, now here you got Chauvin. He said, I don't understand. They had him in cuffs, and they couldn't, they didn't have to do all it. Chauvin had his knee on him, and I understand what it is like a wrestler hold. You slow down the blood flow to the brain, and passing out is part of it. It's the way to calm somebody down. It went too far. There's no justification for that. But at the same time, you could see on officer cam with the handcuffs, the officers pleading with him to please quit resisting. He's on his side or on his belly. You can see the handcuffs, and he's still resisting. George Floyd controlled that scene right up until he passed out, and it just aggravates me. So I hope whenever the defense gets on there, they start bringing in people like the young woman that George Floyd. I wonder if she's still terrified at the knock of the door. He did 5 years because him and 4 of his buddies knocked on the door of a woman, kicked in the door, come in, and ransacked the house. It was a home invasion while George Floyd held a pistol in that woman's belly. She was pregnant. So I got to wonder when he was laying on the ground saying, Mommy, I wonder if that woman said, boy, I'd like to be there to kick his face in because I'm terrified to open my front door at a door of a knock. And I hope the stories does get out. It's ugly. It's if you're really interested, you got to look at it. I mean, the crimes that he's done. But I also want to know, since we can bring in a girlfriend, drug user girlfriend. I want the record, Children's records. How many arrests did he made? How many rapists did he catch? How many, in all them years in law enforcement, along with the complaints he got because he's alone, he is actually doing his job. And if you're doing your job as a law enforcement, you're going to make a lot of people mad at you. But I want to know how many rapists he got off the streets, how many lost children he's found. I want, let's have it all put there. But I'm sorry, what I've seen so far, I'm worried about that man's defense because why ain't he jumping up and saying, what does this girlfriend have anything to do with my client's guilt or innocence? Because nobody is all bad. Everybody has a good side to them. So I got a little ticked off of that. And watching that court TV, I'm going to have to quit doing that. About the thing over in Georgia, I don't know if you've listened. The news was pretty. All these corporations in Georgia, changing the subject, are protesting. Coca-Cola, Porsche. There's a whole huge list of all these corporations that are protesting the new voter
laws. Yeah,
and it comes down to this.
There's at least 3 lawsuits that have already been filed, looking to overturn it.
And the new law is basically this: one person, one vote, and to prove that you're a citizen, so you have a right to vote. That's it. And it's no more, no less. That's exactly what it is.
Yep.
And the thing about the water, I don't know why you'd be upset about water or food, is because a lot of them water bottles are wrapped with a Democrat, or most likely Democrat, or a politician's picture on that water bottle.
Right. Who to vote for. Yep.
Yeah, or food. So it's undue election. You're not supposed to influencing. So especially when you get past a certain point in the line. So I just plain and simple. If you can't go and check and find out who voted, and if they're after the vote, If you can't check to find out where that vote come from and who voted, then, hey, remember, a dead cat got a ballot. If a dead cat got a ballot, how many millions of illegal aliens got ballots? So that's my question there. Other than that, I just, like I said, there's nothing I can do. Oh, yeah, I did want to, this question needs to be asked. All right, yeah, I'm glad they're investigating. But what if in about 6 months and they do find out all these investigations and serious fraud, and they find out we have an unelected president sitting in office by the people?
Then what?
Is there any system at all? Is there any system at all to make that a correction? This is interesting.
It's uncharted territory. And technically, if they did find, say Arizona, for instance, I don't think that would be enough to change it over. But then, in the event that they do find improprieties, do they then go back and do the same sort of thorough investigation in Michigan and Pennsylvania, in Georgia? That really, if they do find improprieties there in Arizona, that's just going to raise the level of distrust in the election. The whole goal of it is to restore trust in the whole election process. We'll just have to, as you say, sit back, copy in the mail, wait and see what happens there with the full investigation by third-party investigators. But yeah, the outcome could be just the opposite of what they're trying to do. Again, restore confidence. All right, Thursday, April 1. It was Major League Baseball opening day. Yes, it was. Big day in baseball. And for the first time since 1968, all teams were slated to play on the very same day. There were a couple of games postponed, one of which was, as Horse Feathers brought up, the Mets and the Washington Nationals. That was postponed because of COVID. Apparently one Nationals player tested positive. There's 4 others that are now in quarantine for contact tracing, as well as one staff member. No decision at this point whether or not they're actually going to play today. Speculation looms that they're expected to play Saturday, following some roster moves. Then they're expected to play a doubleheader later this season to make up for the postponement. But, right out of the box, first day, and already getting a monkey wrench in some of these teams. All the others, what was the other postponement? Orioles versus the Red Sox. Some pretty good games right now, actively speaking. The Giants and Mariners are still battling it out. Is tied 7-7. Looks like, the Mariners are up to bat right now. They've got bases loaded with nobody out. If I had to venture a guess, I'd say the Mariners are going to pull that one out of the hat. Blue Jays beat the Yankees 3-2. Tigers over the Indians 3-2. Brewers over the Twins 6-5. Pirates beat the Cubs for their opening day 5-3. Phillies over the Braves. Rockies over the Dodgers, 8-5. Padres over the D-backs, 8-7. Yeah, as Matthew pointed out there, first call this morning, Cardinals whooped up on the Reds, 11-6. Royals versus Ranger, big scoring game, 14-10. Royals came out on top there. Rays over the Marlins, 1-0. Angels over the Sox, 4-3. Astros beating the Athletics, 8-1. There's your opening day. Major League Baseball is back in 2021. There's your opening day scores. Okay. And with that, what are we looking at here? Rolling towards top of the hour news update. Our number is 844-3388. If you're still awake, Eagle, I know you dozed off on us last night. Hang in there. We'll get to you right out of the news break. I don't want to come on and just have like 2 minutes for you before top of the hour break. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. California Highway Patrol shared a kind of an April Fool's Day Facebook post highlighting a fictional new tractor-trailer combination patrol vehicle as a joke. But similar trooper trucks are actually in use in other states. California Highway Patrol Merced Division celebrated April Fool's Day with a joke post about a trooper truck, complete with a light bar. The post reads, introducing the newest patrol unit in the fleet. The first area to test the new tractor-trailer combination patrol vehicle. This will be utilized to enhance the ability for officers to identify distracted drivers. The raised viewing location allows officers to easily spot drivers using a mobile phone without a hands-free device. Once they locate a distracted driver, they'll call for another unit to make the enforcement stop. If there's not another unit available, the new patrol vehicle is equipped with emergency lights and will allow the officer to make the enforcement stop if necessary. If you're still reading this, we'd like to remind you that today is April Fool's. Hope you get a good laugh out of this, but distracted driving is not a laughing matter. Well, yeah, so it was kind of a joke for California. Well, they posted that in humor and delivered the message about distracted driving. There are a number of state agencies that actually have their own semi-trucks. We've talked about this before. And others that don't often partner with local trucking companies to ride along in big rigs for just that purpose. Of course, the Florida Highway Patrol has multiple marked semi-trucks that they use in both enforcement activities and educational tools. When those trucks are used for enforcement, a trooper can actually hide in plain sight in the semi, using that extra height to look down into other vehicles, spotting drivers who might be texting while behind the wheel or whatever the distracted driving scenario might be. Yeah, Florida had that vehicle out here a few weeks ago for an enforcement campaign. We talked about it at the time. And we will get to other industry headlines coming up here. Meanwhile, again, lines available on a Friday morning. It is Good Friday as we head into Easter weekend. Our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
On day 4 of the murder trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd, the jury heard from Floyd's girlfriend, Courtney Ross, and from a paramedic on scene, Derek Smith.
Did you see Mr. Floyd take any of those pills?
Yes, we took them together that time.
I'm sorry.
We did take them together that time.
And when he took those, obviously he didn't die, right?
No, he did not.
In a living person, there should be a pulse there. I did not feel one. I suspected this patient to be dead.
Chauvin's defense contends it was Floyd's drug use and underlying health conditions that led to his death. Chauvin is on trial after pinning his knee on Floyd's neck last May. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents said Thursday over 130 illegal aliens have surrendered near San Miguel, Arizona, 80 of them unaccompanied minors. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
A detective details how a shooter locked his victims inside a courtyard in Orange, California.
At least 4 people, including a child, were killed in a shooting at a Southern California business complex on Wednesday. The suspected gunman and a female victim were also shot. Police Lieutenant Jennifer Amott said a man locked the courtyards to block entrance to the buildings.
It appears the suspect used a bicycle-type cable lock to secure the gates from the inside on both the north and the south sides of the courtyard. 2 officers engaged the suspect from outside of the gates, and an officer-involved shooting occurred.
California Governor Gavin Newsom tweeted, "It was horrifying and heartbreaking." From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
One of the heartbreaking stories in the shooting is that of a 9-year-old boy who may have died in his wounded mother's arms as she tried in vain to save him. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
A black man is facing charges for the violent attack on a defenseless Asian woman in New York City.
38-year-old Brandon Elliott is being charged with an assault as a hate crime. The NYPD saying the video attack on social media got 4 million impressions and also helped in retrieving tips from the public. Elliott already on parole for the fatal stabbing of his mother-in-law. Republican Congressman from New York, Nicole Maliotakis, says some of the state's policies are leading to violent criminals being released.
This is what's happening in radical cities and states like ours here in New York, where the policies being put in place are allowing individuals who are dangerous, who have criminal records, who have been convicted of serious crimes like murder, rape, to be released back onto the street. In this particular case, it was Governor Cuomo's appointed parole board that allowed this individual to be released. He was sentenced to 15 years to life. So after 17 years, was put back on the street and was living in a homeless shelter, and he committed this heinous act.
That audio, courtesy of Fox and Friends First. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Opening day of Major League Baseball, the Royals take down the Rangers in a thriller, 14-10. Padres beat the Diamondbacks 8-7. It was the Cardinals 11, the Reds 6, and the Rays blanked the Marlins 1-0. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, we jump right back into it on a Good Friday. Hope you've had a good week. Hope your day's off to a good start. Now take a deeper dive into our traveler's weather coming up here. First, as we were talking last hour about some of the election investigations, which apparently a number of states are now getting involved in. Steve had called me earlier, or emailed me earlier, rather, with another interesting story. The news over China's asserted involvement in the English language press, the web-based propaganda and influence via critical think tanks. should justify further urgent investigation, as apparently the facts of the case as they present themselves appear to confirm a China-backed strategy to remove President Trump from office, just as his work on seeing down the threat from China began to take its toll. Guy by the name of Pierre Omidyar, the billionaire, founded the eBay website. He gives hundreds of millions of dollars to far-left causes. Back in 2009, he donated $30 million to the Clinton Global Initiative. He targeted massive resources at removing Trump from office. Then you got Jack Dorsey, the Twitter founder and CEO, who recently claimed it was a, quote, total mistake to hide the damaging Hunter Biden stories from Twitter prior to the election. Remember that cover-up? 45% of voters in key swing states recently told the Media Research Center poll they were not aware of the Hunter Biden story. Almost 10% of them said they would have changed their vote if they had known about it. Jake Sullivan, now at the very heart of Joe Biden's national security apparatus. Sullivan has taken fellowships at a number of Chinese communist-linked entities, including Yale's Paul Tsai China Center, Harvard's Belfer Center. Sullivan infamously once said he wanted to encourage China's rise. And he actually asserted that Al-Qaeda was on our side. Yeah, the unearthed relationships follow a report from the National Pulse highlighting the Berggruen Institute's ties to the Chinese Communist Party. A partnership with several state-run entities and board members' ties to the regime, the think tank's efforts to at least rhetorically rig a victory for Joe Biden in advance of the election, as well as their staffing and funding by Obama administration alumni, surely warrants an investigation whether money changed hands during all this and whether or not the Chinese Communist Party effectively funded the efforts to remove President Trump from office. Okay, as Steve said, we pretty much knew this all along. Yeah, if China had their druthers, do you think they actually wanted Donald Trump to be president for 4 more years? Not no, but hell no. Donald Trump was standing up to China. For what it's worth, though. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Are you with us, Eagle? That would be a no. Yeah, well, maybe next time. Hey, he's 2 for 2 this week now. Thank you much, Eagle. If you wake up, he'll try us back up. Okay, so we'll jump on next story on the list over to back to the SpaceX. They did indeed fail once again, day before yesterday, and now SpaceX is taking flack after workers continue to recover fragments of the explosion from the rocket. Apparently, a bunch of the shrapnel actually ended up landing on a nature reserve. And you got the conservationists all worked up. This is a danger to wildlife. I was talking to Philip yesterday morning, and I kind of asked, are you aware, did this thing explode before landing, or was it another one of those, it exploded on impact? It almost sounds like it must have exploded when it was further up in the air, because so much debris rained down much further away than just the actual landing site. Of course, took off from the base there in the tiny hamlet of Boca Chica. Crash landing on the launching pad, but raining debris into a neighboring wildlife refuge. Photos show a beach opposite the facility just littered with huge shards of metal and other remnants. The beach, they say, is part of the lower Rio Grande Valley Nature Wildlife Refuge, home to ocelots, many birds and insects, including an extremely rare beetle and a little-known ant species. No reports of wildlife dying or being injured in the crash, but conservationists criticizing the launch site's impact on the environment. Friends of the Wildlife Corridor on Facebook said that Musk companies failed. He's got a fail first, fix fast approach. That's the wrong approach. We've seen a series of explosions that rained down debris on the habitat there. Most recently, the explosion resulted in a large debris field, they say, on a managed state land. One Twitter user said, this area is the only known home of an extremely rare Boca Chica flea beetle. Like that, like it's going to kill all the beetles. This little hamlet is one of just 3 known habitats of a little-known ant species. All right. Yeah, the Boca Chica flea beetle, a little golden brown beetle. It lives immediately west of the beachside dunes, east of Brownsville, Texas. It's native to the Boca Chica area where the debris fell. They say it looks like nothing else we know on this continent, supposedly. This little tiny, there's a brown ant that lives there as well. So meanwhile, with the cleanup efforts continuing there, they brought in heavy machinery to remove the wreckage. As they're going to go through the wreckage, try to discover what actually caused the crash, the explosion there. Another failure for SpaceX and the Starship, the big one. All right, lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Pappy forwarded the story to me. I saw this guy's photo on social media. They were asking for prayers for this officer. In this case, it is a Texas state trooper who was rendered brain dead after being shot last week, has now been taken off life support and died, according to officials. Chad Walker was shot multiple times in the head and abdomen last Friday night. Apparently, it was an ambush, a suspect who jumped out of a car on the side of the highway that the officer thought was stranded there. The suspect, a 36-year-old Dieter Pinson, later died by suicide, but the officer was rushed to the hospital, kept on life support until his organs could be donated, apparently. Safety director says our DPS family is absolutely heartbroken at the loss of one of our brothers in uniform killed in the line of duty. Chad Walker was committed to protecting the people of Texas. We ask you to keep the family, friends, and colleagues in your prayers in what will be a very difficult days ahead. So sad. Walker's survived by his wife, his 15-year-old son. He's got 7-year-old twin daughters and a 2-month-old baby girl. Our hearts are with the family and friends of Trooper Walker as they grieve this tragedy in the line of duty. Governor Abbott spoke out about it, but it's kind of a solemn reminder, the dangers that law enforcement officers face each and every day out there trying to keep our community safe. All right, so the law enforcement community, and that's been the trend. Well, let's move over to more on the cancel culture here on a Friday morning. Good Friday, no less. All right, so Donald Trump, of course, as we know, had been banned from all the social media platforms, right? Twitter, Facebook, I think Instagram. Did apparently Rumbler, is that the social media site? Rumbler was actually carrying an interview that the former president had with his daughter, Lauren Trump, daughter-in-law, actually. That's Laura Trump. I guess she does some sort of a talk show or a podcast or something, and Trump was on with her. And Facebook made the decision to remove that interview from their platform. Laura then appeared on Fox and Friends this past day. It's so crazy, she says. I know people who dislike Donald Trump might celebrate this and think it's a great day. We don't want to hear from that guy anyway. But this is the United States of America. Every American should be outraged by this because today it's Donald Trump and tomorrow it could be you. Facebook pulled the audio from the podcast. Okay, it is a podcast. She hosts something called The Right View with Laura Trump. Later that night, they pulled it from Instagram as well after she touted her sit-down interview with Trump, according to the New York Post. Trump got an email from Facebook saying that the content was removed from her page that featured the former president speaking in like with the block. That he had been placed on his Facebook and Instagram accounts. They were warned that further content featuring his voice would be removed and would result in more limitations on her account. However, she does have a Facebook post with a photo of her and the former president, which has a link to the actual interview, apparently. But the fact that they're able to say, we won't put up a video of the president of the United States. They censored him while he was president. I mean, this should be terrifying to everyone. That's not the country we live in. This is communist countries. This is what they do. You know, what some of these social media are trying to do, they want you to forget that the man ever existed. They don't want you to see him. They don't want you to hear from him. They want you to look away, move on, shut up, and go about your lives. It's scary. Yeah, she said Donald is very upset by Facebook's ruling. Now, he might be thinking of launching his own social media platform, and there's never been a better time to push that forward, according to Laura. Now, Trump also commented on the situation at the nation's border, reacting to the news concerning smugglers who had dropped the two Ecuadorian girls. That's what Spanky was talking about that over. That was one of them was 3 years old, one of them was 5 years old. The coyotes or the smugglers, whatever, they were dangling them over the fence about 14 foot up in the air and dropped them, a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. Trump said, I have a 3-year-old. I guess that was Laura, said, I have a 3-year-old. As soon as I saw that video, I immediately thought he'd be terrified, no idea what to do. Children are being brought to the border, she says, because Joe Biden has said, if you send your kids here, we're not going to send them back. It's that simple. It's not a secret. It's almost a joke. We're putting kids in this kind of danger. Now, you know, if that had made the headlines under Donald Trump, think about that. You know, Trump's, he's building a wall, and you witness a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old being dropped from 14 feet up in the air. They would have gone crazy saying, you see what you're creating here? It's Trump's fault that they're having to drop these kids over the wall. Well, no, right now, they don't even need to be dropping them over the wall. Not with the current administration, but I digress. Looking at 21 past the hour. Coming up when we get back to some of our industry headlines. Hard to imagine, but we are we're rapidly approaching this year's 72-hour road check. It's just a few weeks away. Then we're into April. May the 4th through the 6th is the dates to circle on your calendar. Yes, that is correct. May the 4th be with you. That's when International Road Check will kick off for 2021. Tens of thousands of vehicle inspections over that 3 days. Again, we've got a little bit of a cheat sheet, how you can prepare for this year's International Road Check. We'll get to that coming up. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. All right, is this Steve? Hello, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Happy Good Friday to you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I wanted to talk a little bit about this woke culture that's going on in our country with this Marxism ideology that's going on. You know, I love baseball. I love football. Not so much of a basketball fan anymore. But these organizations like the NFL, NBA, with their BLM stickers and putting it on the court and on the field and, you know, racial injustice and whatever you want to call it, you know, social equity. Did you hear what Major League Baseball put their 2 cents into this Georgia thing? With how they want to move the All-Star game out of Georgia?
I saw that. Move the All-Star game. And what was the other? I think what they're trying to pressure golf to move. What's the big tournament they hold in Georgia there? The Masters or something? Or
the Masters, which is next weekend, the weekend after Easter. Which that's not going to happen, Steve. I mean, you know, but you know, they call the baseball America's pastime, and the Masters is what do they call it? An American tradition.
Yes.
You know, that's pretty much the only golf term I watch. But you know, the Masters has been going on since I believe the early 1900s, if not before that. So, but it's just unbelievable. What's what these companies like Coca-Cola, all these companies that spoke out today, Coca-Cola, Home Depot, which I'm surprised because I thought the CEO of Home Depot was a conservative, that he was a Trump supporter from my understanding. I mean, I could be wrong, but I kind of recall that. But Home Depot and Cisco Foods and even UPS stuck their nose in there, and Delta Airlines. It's just amazing, you know. They're not even supposed to be involved in any kind of politics.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? As far as trying to sway something one way or the other, you know, it's just amazing what's going on. It's this bumbling fool Biden that we've got in office now. It's like you wake up every day and you just wonder how much longer this, we're going to be able to survive in this country on how we think it should be, free, and the government just leave us alone. But you can tell the government just wants more control, just like giving away those checks for $20,000. Eventually, that's what they want to do. They want to give everybody free money.
How in the hell can people be opposed to the state of Georgia saying we want to know whoever is casting a vote is who they say they are and make sure they're legal? Well, what an identification to vote. What the hell's wrong with that?
Well, I brought that up last week. When you go to the airport and they ask you for an ID, what are you supposed to do? Scream racism? I mean, they put you in handcuffs if you did that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting on the plane. You need anything. You need an ID for everything. If you want to go to Washington D.C. and try to get into the Senate building or the FBI building, I think you need an identification to get in, if I'm not mistaken. So is that racist? It's just ridiculous. This is all about Marxism. This is all about votes, Steve. Buying votes, just like that money they're giving away in New York. That's all about buying votes, because when these people get the money, these ex-prisoners and illegals, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to vote Democrat. That's what this is all about. The open borders, it's all about votes. Joe Biden's talking about amnesty, visas, giving people jobs, driver's licenses, Social Security numbers. It's all about votes. They never want to lose an election. But this woke stuff, all those companies that spoke up in Georgia over the past day, those are all companies that already are ESG friendly. Remember I talked about the ESG scores?
Yes.
Yeah, and you touched on an article about it a couple of weeks back. This is coming. This is coming to America. It's already here. The head guy for Bank of America was the head guy at that European forum talking about this ESG. Bank of America is one of the top financial institutions, and they're all following suit. Chase, all these other big banks. And then that one company that spoke out against the Georgia legislature was called BlackRock. They're involved in the White House, one of the biggest financial corporations in the world. They manage like $30 trillion of money, and they're involved with Joe Biden and the White House, and they're speaking out against this. So, you know, what they want to do is they want to starve conservatives. They want to flush us out. That's what they want to do. They want to cancel us. Look what they did with Donald Trump. He had that interview with his daughter-in-law on, what was it, Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
And Facebook came out and got rid of the video because they said they didn't want to hear Donald Trump's voice. That was their reason for it. They did not want to hear his voice. His voice doesn't matter to us anymore. That's what they're saying. So they took the video and they put it on Rumble, and they ended up getting 500,000 hits within hours. It went viral on Rumble. So this is what they're doing. Just like with I don't know if you heard about that GoFundMe page for those parents in Virginia trying to fight for their kids against this critical race theory. GoFundMe took the page down. They were trying to raise money so they could hire some attorneys. GoFundMe got rid of them.
So I guess
you can't have that on here.
Rumble,
you can't be fighting against critical race theory.
Rumble or Rumbler's the one that's going to be, I guess, cancel culture next, right? If they're going to allow Donald Trump to be, they'll have to shut him down.
I guess, just like they tried to shut down Parler, they're back up and running. And I think I sent you an article about Mike Lindell. Did you read that? Where he's going to start his own platform. He's already got the servers in place, and he's going to be able to accommodate 1 billion people, from what this article says. And that's going to be hopefully up and running in the next few weeks. Because look what they did with him, the MyPillow guy. I mean, I love MyPillow. The guy's a great entrepreneur in this country. He was a drug addict and made something of himself. That's what America's about. But not with the woke culture, not with the Marxists. Forget about it. We got a totalitarian for a president. The guy's insane. He's insane.
So somebody made a good point. How in the world can Delta Airlines speak out and say they're against this because you have to show an ID to vote? You have to have an ID to get on a damn Delta flight. That's total hypocrisy.
It is. Just like Mercedes-Benz and Porsche spoke out about this. How do they feel about racism? Mercedes-Benz and Porsche from Germany? And they're going to talk about racism? My God. But anyway, there's one thing I sent you, Steve. I hope you can pull it up. It's from YouTube. It's an ex-Russian defector. He was a former KGB agent. And he's got this 13-minute video on there. His name is Yuri Benzmanov. And he talks about this years ago, warning America about how Marxism is coming. And it takes about 15 to 20 years to do this because it's a slow process.
Yes.
And what it does is it basically brainwashes the population, and it indoctrinates a generation. And that's what's happening in the colleges. If you listen to AOC real carefully, do you know she sounds like a college professor? The way she talks, how she talks about racism, how she talks about white supremacy, how she talks about the border and all that stuff. She sounds like she's been indoctrinated from a college. And that's what is happening, is all these universities are brainwashing all these kids. And they turn out to be 30, 40, 50 years old, and this is what's happened over the last 20 years. It's scary. It really is scary. People need to wake up. 60, 70% of Americans are falling asleep. And before they know it, they're going to wake up in a different country. I've said this before. But, yeah, it's pretty crazy what's going on these days. I mean, you just wonder what's going to happen down the road, Steve.
Yep.
You know, for our grandkids and their grandkids, you know.
Very frightening
I
times.
mean, just like the spending bill, you know, out of that, what is it, $2 or $3 trillion infrastructure? Do you know only $200 billion is going towards the roads and the bridges out of that $2 trillion? $200 billion is going to fix the roads. The rest of it is all Green New Deal, social justice, equity. That's what it's all about. Giving money to New York again. That's what it's all about. People don't know because the media doesn't tell them. Jen Psaki doesn't tell you. They're not going to tell you.
All right. I don't think Jen knows what the hell she's talking about anyway, but...
Yeah, that's for sure. Anyway, Steve, I hope you have a good weekend. If you get a chance, pull up that video. It's about 13 minutes long. I think it's an eye-opener. You'll see he talks about everything that's going on.
I will check that out. Thank you so much, Steve. Thanks for the articles. Yeah. Landline and our friends at OOIDA this past day also, talking about the infrastructure bill. Their breakdown, I believe, says $621 billion would go toward upgrading the transportation system as a whole. Well, we'll share some of the numbers. Roads and bridges, though, about $20 billion. $115 billion for bridges. $20 billion for improved road safety. So, yeah, they've got all the numbers broke down there. Right now, news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
On day 4 of the murder trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd, the jury heard from Floyd's girlfriend, Courtney Ross, and from a paramedic on scene, Derek Smith.
Did you see Mr. Floyd take any of those pills?
Yes, we took them together that time.
I'm sorry.
We did take them together that time.
And when he took those, obviously he didn't die, right?
No, he did not.
In a living person, there should be a pulse there. I did not feel one. I suspected this patient to be dead.
Chauvin's defense contends it was Floyd's drug use and underlying health conditions that led to his death. Chauvin is on trial after pinning his knee on Floyd's neck last May. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents said Thursday over 130 illegal aliens have surrendered near San Miguel, Arizona, 80 of them unaccompanied minors. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, and I want to talk about dementias. There's at least a dozen different dementias. Doctors call all of them Alzheimer's disease because when you look at the payout list, Alzheimer's disease pays the most. So no matter which of the 12 dementias you have, they're going to call it Alzheimer's disease, and there's no law that says you can't have 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 or all 12 of the dementias. And so you have to get rid of all the bad stuff. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten, no wheat, brown rhinos, no sugar. And then I want you to take 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. That's 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. I want you to take the Ultimate Niacin plus 1 of those twice a day, or De-Stress capsules, 3 of those twice a day. That's 2 bottles a month. Then I want you to take the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets, 3 of those twice a day per 100 pounds of body weight in case you have vascular dementia. And don't forget those 3 eggs twice a day, because remember, 75% of your brain weight is cholesterol. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I see in the comments, Rick said, who won the contest tonight? So Rick wasn't with us. Guess he wasn't with us there a little after 1 a.m. So I'll announce him again, just in case you've joined us after that. It's our weekly giveaway Friday mornings, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. This week's winner was the email. If your email is C as in Charlie, Z as in Zebra, CZ Darrell at whatever.com. You are the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset winner. Second prize was the semi-prevention package from Hot Shot Secret. That is, if your email is Otis, OTIS, _T2000. Second prize winner there. Third place was the semi-performance package from Hot Shot Secret. If your email address is TinaB13 at whatever.com, there are our prize winners for this Friday morning. All right, talking about the infrastructure plan, I think Mitch McConnell this past day said they're not going to find any Republican support, just like they had no Republican support for the $1.9 trillion COVID stimulus plan, because so much of it had nothing to do with COVID, and so much of the infrastructure, quote, infrastructure bill has nothing to do with infrastructure. Let's see, Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader, speaks out. He said this is an absurd price tag. $2 trillion in new spending. It's not an April Fool's joke. This is what you call Bidenomics in action. It's blind faith in government spending and regulations, blank checks for left-wing ideologies, far less money and freedom for families, small businesses, and workers. Just like his so-called COVID bill that spent less than 9% to defeat the virus, his so-called infrastructure plan spends less than 6% to repair bridges, highways, and roads. The rest of it is the proverbial kitchen sink of wasteful progressive demands, payoffs for labor unions, radical environmentalists, job-killing regulations, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's recently likened it to the new Green Deal. We're talking $174 billion in subsidies for electric cars, $213 billion in subsidies to retrofit homes. Those are all parts of the Green New Deal, recall. The most wasteful ways to reduce emissions. It mandates a one-size-fits-all environmental regulations, including 100% green energy requirements for all federal buildings, while spending $100 billion to decarbonize the energy grid by the year 2035. Note, similar mandates are already raising energy and home costs in states like California, despite subsidies, especially for working Americans. It will fast-track $80 billion in new subsidies for Amtrak and its unions after Congress provided billions in aid to Amtrak just last year. It will revoke pro-worker right-to-work protections in 27 states. This will infringe on workers' privacy and freedom of speech, and will require all federally aided projects to have project labor agreements and construction cost. Meanwhile, it comes with the largest tax increase in a generation. It will raise our United States corporate tax to the highest in the developed world, higher than communist China. It will add billions of dollars for American workers and families, according to figures from the Joint Committee on Taxation and ask other countries to raise their taxes as well. Crushing tax hikes is the last thing American families need right now. Workers, small businesses, they shouldn't have to worry about as we try to recover from the pandemic. It's going to kill jobs. It's going to reduce wages. It's going to send American jobs overseas, including to China. Biden is right out of the box, breaking his pledge not to raise taxes on workers and families. Republicans, meanwhile, reduced Americans' taxes with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. One of the main reasons the economy was the best in a generation before the pandemic, and the reason the economy's rebounding right now. Pointing out that Democrats such as Kamala Harris are vowing to repeal those cuts. All right. This is just nothing more than federal overreach, the Green New Deal, political handouts. That's what you got. Hey, how did Chevy Guy put it? You voted for it. Well, for those that did vote for it, I don't think many in my audience actually voted for it. But that's what we all get to contend with. We got to live with it. Hello, Rainmaker.
Hey, Steve, long time no talk with you, man. I've been mainly working the day shift, but I'm on the night shift now. So, man, there's so many things going on. It's like so many fires. Where do I start? The infrastructure bill, if I remember right, Obama passed his in 2015, what was it, like $350 billion to fix the roads and bridges. And now I think Trump even passed a bill to fix the roads and bridges too, didn't he?
Well, every administration has an infrastructure bill. Yeah, I mean the current infrastructure bill, whatever they call it, the current is going to run out this September. The fiscal year. So,
yeah. But the main thing I called was about the border wall. I seen that video, and that's just terrible to see that. And that girl is 2 years old and 5 years old, because I read the update story just this evening about it. And they're from Ecuador, and the mother lives in New York. And in that bag was a cell phone, passports, and stuff.
Yeah.
Now, 17 years ago, I spent thousands and thousands of dollars trying to get my wife to come here from Thailand, and I was even forced to hire an immigration lawyer out of Cleveland, Ohio, Miss Wong, which was the one that did Obama's aunt or something that in Boston. Cost me like $7,000 for this lawyer to get my wife here. And all these traffickers, human traffickers, they're getting thousands and thousands of dollars from all these people trying to come to America. But then we're spending billions and millions of dollars on setting up new camps and people and putting these people in hotels, and the money that we're wasting on trying to take care of these people coming here. Why don't we just change our immigration statics, fees and stuff, where it's more feasible for people to pay us instead of paying human traffickers? That way we're making money. I mean, if we was a businessman and we ran our government, we're losing money. We're losing money. We're spending millions and millions to take care of these people while the traffickers are getting rich off of us, right? Off of them.
Mm-hmm.
But if you was to take a 2-year-old girl and a 5-year-old girl and just take them out there and drop them in the desert, and that mother would never, ever see her kids ever again, right?
And I've seen the video.
It's reunite the two kids to that mother.
It's very disturbing to watch that. I mean, they drop these kids over the wall, and I mean, then you can see the smugglers on the other side of the. You see them running back out, running away. There's little kids dropped them over the wall and just disappeared, left them out there for dead.
Yeah. So, this mother, she came here probably illegally. She's in New York now, and now she had to pay smugglers to get her kids here from Ecuador. That's crazy. She should have paid us taxpayers, our government, to get her kids here instead of paying smugglers, and now we're paying the bills to take care of these two kids. It's crazy. And one other thing, Cuomo there in New York. He's reforming the police departments in all these cities, right? He's passed a bill. Did you hear about Ithaca, New York?
I can't say specifically Ithaca, no.
I heard it on the radio yesterday, and Ithaca Council, the city council, has taken the police department and disbanded the whole police department, and now they're going to be unarmed community safety officers.
Oh, that'll work real well.
One of the council members, one of the council members was an ex-convicted murderer. So New York is really going to be a really safe place, even for us truck drivers. If more cities start disarming the police department, who's going to protect, truck drivers and other people out here, So, but Google it and read it and educate the listeners out here what Ithaca's doing. There'll be a lot of people not wanting to go through that town.
Well, I mean, I remember
all I had to say, Steve,
when the whole defund the police thing came up over the summer last year, there were a number of trucking operations that we shared said any community that defunds police, we will stop delivering freight into those communities. I think that may be the message that Ithaca needs to hear. If you're not going to have any what happens when your, quote, police officer unarmed comes up against an armed thug, drug dealer, or whatever it might be, gang member, you name it. Who's going to win that fight? No, I said drop your weapon. Or what? What are you going to do? That's insane. I'll try to pull that up. Ithaca, New York. See what the hell the headlines are. Plan to revamp police force proceeds in Ithaca, New York, from ABC 27. The Ivy League town, upstate New York, voted to proceed with a hotly debated plan to revamp the police force, part of a nationwide re-examination of law enforcement after the killing of George Floyd. The Ithaca Common Council unanimously approved a series of recommendations that included reconstituting the city police force to add unarmed officers. All right, so they're adding unarmed officers. You'll still have actual police, armed police, but then they're going to add the unarmed officers to handle nonviolent calls like petty theft. All right, the Finger Lakes city home of Cornell University, among hundreds of municipalities across New York State, directed by Governor Cuomo to submit a police reform plan by this past day or risk a loss of state funding. The newly approved resolution calls for a task force to design how the new department would work. A report is due September 1st. Council would have to vote on additional legislation at the time, and the measure could ultimately have to go to a citywide referendum before approval. Okay, armed officers of the 63-officer force would be able to keep their positions, and supporters of the plan say the new unarmed officers would be able to engage more with communities that are distrustful of the police. That's what the hope is. And we're taking this moment to hit the reset button and try to build something, a new something. Okay, there you go. So Ithaca, New York. Who's next up here? I believe Dan is on the line. Good morning, Dan. Happy Friday. Good Friday, that would be.
Same to you, Steve. When you talk to, I called on two things. The first thing was about down in Georgia with these businesses.
Yes.
So Home Depot, which is a big cheap labor employer, if I wanted to organize a union in there, could I go get anybody just to come vote? I mean, would they be acceptable to that? I mean, it's kind of like the situation with Amazon.
Yep.
And Bezos. He didn't want mail-in. He wanted mail-in voting, but he didn't want his employees to have mail-in voting. And a lady called in on Rush today, Rush's show that they're running now, and she's from Georgia, and she's a airline attendant for Delta Airlines. And she said this guy, she spoke very disparagingly of him, said he's a phony. She goes, the ones he hates the most are the pilots because they're unionized. And she said whenever anyone else wants to organize the workforce, well, no, they don't want that happening. They don't want that happening. But when it comes to somebody else, it's good for thee, but not for me. So, I guess what I'm saying is I'm glad that the names of these companies are coming out, because I will boycott them. I will not go to a Home Depot, and I wouldn't fly on Delta Airlines anyway, because the cities that I travel in, they don't go there, but I wouldn't fly. I don't plan on flying anywhere, to tell you the truth. But this is this corporate mantra now that they're coming up with. They're Democrats, and they hated President Trump because of the rise in the wages of the type of people they employ, which are lower middle class people. They had to have competitive wages and benefits, and that destroyed their business plan. And that's why they don't ever want to see him around anymore. And like I say, I just feel that it's good we know who they are, but I really think those of us who get out here and make a living need to really consider boycotting these companies. And that's kind of the way that I feel about it. The other issue that I called about was the George Floyd trial.
Yes.
I talked to 3 law enforcement officers, one of them a family member who's retired after 36 years, and they said that the thing they noted, number one, all 3 of them said they don't see what that officer did wrong. As a matter of fact, one of them said, if you'll notice, he never laid one of his hands on the guy. Never did. And what if this guy Floyd, who was, they're making him out to be a saint, except when he put that gun into that woman's belly down there in Houston. And why Texas only kept him for 5 years, I don't know. But and then they got rid of his sorry ass, and I don't mind saying it. But why? I mean, what if he starts banging his head against that concrete parking lot or asphalt parking lot? How was he supposed to be restrained? His legs were not restrained. His legs were not manacled. So how is he supposed to be restrained from hurting himself? I mean, I don't. How else would somebody have done it? They didn't. If they tased him.
I mean, the method that was being used in that case is taught in law enforcement training. Now, that's one thing that may be changing. They may end. I think a number of jurisdictions have already ended, that method of restraining. But yes, it was actually a legal taught procedure in Chauvin's police department. So technically, he wasn't breaking the police rules.
Well, and both autopsies stated there were no bruises or contusions. He did not die of strangulation, and he overdosed, according to this girlfriend of his. He overdosed earlier and had to be taken to a hospital. And I mean, the officers came up and he swallowed the drugs. And that was the white stuff coming out of his mouth.
Right. Fentanyl.
I mean,
overdose.
I really. Go ahead.
It was a fentanyl overdose.
And he also had methamphetamine in his system.
Right.
He may have that might have been the big bulk of it was fentanyl, but he had methamphetamine. and given his overall physical condition, which was not very good, it's not surprising to anyone that the guy had a heart attack or died. And they say, well, the paramedics say he was dead when we put him on the stretcher. Well, what were his vital signs? You don't just look at somebody. Did you pronounce him? No, we didn't pronounce him. Well, then why did you take the long way away? The one guy said they turned the wrong way to go to the closest hospital. Well, why'd you do that? I mean, is the defense attorney cross-examining these people on the same time, or do they have them come back up to the witness stand to face questions?
That I'm not aware. I'm thinking you get one side now, and then I guess you could call that same witness back up later for cross-examination.
Well, normally, then they have redirects and things of that. They redirect the witness up there to collaborate, have them pull apart. But I mean, I just and I saw on a show where Alan Dershowitz said, really, the prosecution is helping the defense's case by putting these people up there to testify to the drug addiction this man had. I guess what I'm saying is, if this Derek Chauvin is convicted, God help this country. God help it, because quite frankly, the only reason he's going to be convicted is we don't want to see our city burn again. And why his attorney never asked for a bench trial by a judge, I don't know, because there could have been a finer appreciation of the points of law. And if they've got this technique out there, the knee on the neck, well, how many times has that been used?
Many times.
And they got training
many
films
times
on it?
Sure, yeah. But I mean, like I said, there's a number of jurisdictions around the country that are eliminating. They have already eliminated. And I think there were many, many different jurisdictions where that's a part of the training. Yeah, you watch, when cops was still in existence, if you watch that, it happened quite often. In restraining individuals that, you have the chase, you run them down, you tackle them, but you get them on the ground, you put the neck on the knee on the neck until usually it took several officers to get the handcuffs on them. I don't know that I've ever seen a scenario where it took 9.5 minutes. Well, with the knee on the neck, I think that's kind of that's the gray area they're in, but. All right, we got to move on here a little bit behind. We close things out for another hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Testimony continued on day 4 of the murder trial of Derek Chauvin and the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. 2 paramedics called to the scene, including Derek Smith, explained to jurors what they saw.
In a living person, there should be a pulse there. I did not feel one. I suspected this patient to be dead.
Floyd's girlfriend, Courtney Ross, also took the stand and talked about the day they met at the Salvation Army where he worked.
This kind person just to come up to me and say, "Can I pray with you?"
Chauvin is on trial after pinning his knee on Floyd's neck last May. His underlying health conditions led to his death. A train has derailed in eastern Taiwan after apparently hitting a truck, with at least 4 people feared dead and more than 20 injured. Rescuers are struggling to reach crushed carriages inside a tunnel. The train was carrying about 350 people. Rescuers are trying to bring the survivors to safety. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm calling to schedule a shipment.
Indeed knows unexpected employee turnover can turn your business upside down.
Last pickup is at 7. Team, we gotta hustle.
Like at Sumita's online chai company, to avoid back orders, she needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
You guys, your customer service and everything, you guys are great. And the commercials talk about it, but I don't know if it really gives it true justice. People need to know. This is maybe the most amazing product I've ever tried. It's so pure, it tastes so good. I'm just blown away by it.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
Authorities say a suspect wanted for killing 3 people and wounding 2 others in Memphis was found dead inside his hotel room. Metro Nashville police say 48-year-old Michael Tucker died from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound after police went to his hotel room and used a drone to look inside. And the gunman who killed 4 people and critically wounded a 5th at an office building in Southern California, according to authorities, either knew the victims personally or through business dealings. Police say that suspect chained shut the gates before opening fire. The investigation into the crash that injured golf star Tiger Woods is complete. More from Tim Berg in the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
Investigators are tight-lipped about the cause of the crash that left golfer Tiger Woods seriously injured. The investigation into the February 22nd crash outside of Los Angeles has wrapped up. L.A. County Sheriff Alex Villanueva saying if they get permission from Woods to release the cause of the crash, they will.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Reaction coming into President Biden's infrastructure plan.
President Biden meeting with his full cabinet and talking about ways to promote his $2 trillion infrastructure plan. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
Good infrastructure planning is always about looking to the future. You know, railroads weren't part of infrastructure until we built them.
Kentucky House Republican James Comert.
It's not an infrastructure bill. Only 25% of the total funding would go for basic infrastructure. What this is another liberal wish list.
Both appeared on Fox. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
Beijing continues to make sweeping changes that overhaul Hong Kong's independence over China. John Clemens reports from the USA Radio News Texas Bureau.
China bypassed the legislature of Hong Kong by imposing sweeping changes to the electoral system that creates power by Beijing to vet anyone attempting to run for political office. Ned Price is the U.S. State Department spokesman.
The changes, which will establish a committee to vet candidates for office based solely on their loyalty to Beijing and diminish the proportion of directly elected members of the Legislative Council, will severely curtail meaningful pluralism and representative governance in Hong Kong.
Many see this as the latest move by China to dismantle the pro-democracy efforts of 2019 that rattled the authoritarian government in Beijing.
The S&P 500 finished up over the 4,000 mark for the first time in its history on Thursday. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And right back at it on a Friday, a good Friday morning. Easter weekend coming on. Yes, it is. A very, very chilly Good Friday morning. All the way down to the deep south this morning with frost advisories darn near down to the Gulf Coast, and freeze advisories deep into the heart of Mississippi and Alabama, central Georgia. On a Friday morning. All right, let me jump right back to the calls here. And who's next up here? That would be Philip checking in from Florida here. Morning, Philip. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday. Good Friday, bud.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're right about the chilly Friday right now. We're at 51 degrees right now in DeBerry, Florida. So you think about it, 24 hours ago, we were probably sitting at about 71. So we're like 20 degrees difference from yesterday. We've been up almost to 90 degrees this last week every day, and it's been in the 70s in the morning. So it was a pretty good swing last night. We didn't have that much rain though. Have you guys had a lot of rain up there?
Not really. Not a whole lot. Nope.
We've had a real deficit. I think we're down about 6 inches right now down here in Florida. We haven't had rain in a while. I mean, we've had it, but it's not been enough to really wash anything out. The pollen down here is like killing us big time. So I appreciate what Pappy and those guys did yesterday. I appreciate him and Ed talking about that situation. It brought a lot of enlightenment to the George Floyd thing for me. I appreciate Pappy explaining everything, what happened and everything. And the previous caller, he kind of touched on it too. I didn't mean to start anything, Steve, talking about George Floyd, but I think I'm the guy that started that yesterday. But what was that, Steve? You kind of broke up.
I was just laughing there. I said, yeah, thanks so much for getting them all going on George Floyd. That's kind of the big story right now. Obviously, we have every hour, top and bottom of the hour, the news. That is the top story right now.
Yeah, it just amazes me when I watch just the regular news and at night. CBS News, man, I just pretty much hate to watch it anymore, Steve, to be quite honest. And Fox is on and off, but CNN, it's going to be that way. And it's just plumb pitiful when you watch the news. It's like all one-sided. Have you ever noticed that here lately?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
There is no more open forum with the news anymore. They're not, it seems like they're more biased than anything else anymore. As far as the gentleman talking about Home Depot earlier, there's a lot of companies that are like that. I mean, I work at two different jobs, and one's union and one's not union. And they both have the same kind of things going on. It is what it is, and in some ways he is right about the way Home Depot hires and everything, but a lot of them are that way. I mean, businesses got to make money. That's the way they work. Your number one cost is your labor, other than your operating expenses as far as your equipment or what you're doing. But that's what controls it. But I want everybody to understand, though, I'm in a union, and I've been paying my dues a many years. But you've got to understand that who the union's back. Who does most of the unions back, Steve? Do you know?
Democrats?
You got it.
Bingo.
So every time we have a presidential election, or we have a Senate election in my area, guess who I get a card for wanting me to vote for somebody? My union. So, I think Joe Biden, he kind of, his people want to get the unions in there, but a lot of these companies are not going to do it, and it's not going to do it. I mean, if everything is lined up in your business and you got your employees happy, and you know this as well as I do, Steve, you ain't going to have a problem. When your employees are not getting paid enough, or when things happen, then you're going to have to get a union in. And that's pretty much what happens with a lot of these companies. They just get to the point, like Amazon has got to that point with their folks. But a lot of companies also have the mentality, we've got a ton of people out there that need work. We don't care if you're going to be a pain in the butt, we'll just get somebody else to do the job. And that has happened with a lot of illegals. That's the reason a lot of illegals are in this country, is because there's a lot of companies that just can't get people to work for them because they think they owe them something. There is no entitlements in this world. You got to work for it, and if you don't want to work for it, go somewhere else, I mean, I wasn't handed to me what I was handed. I worked for it. And that's one thing we got to understand. We just got to work for what we need. So that's pretty much all I had, Steve. I appreciate you, bud. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good holiday.
Thank you so much. And happy Easter. Have a great weekend. Hey, you know what? This one kind of blows my mind, but you know what? Tip of the hat to the Republicans in the state of Georgia. They're just talking about these companies. Let me flip over and start with the companies that are speaking out about the election law. And the list is rather lengthy. So you start with, obviously, you got Facebook, Google, Patagonia. I guess some of the latest expressing concerns about Georgia's voting laws. They're all trying to make it sound like this is going to make it more difficult for the black community to vote. I don't really understand how they get that. It's really about everyone. You show an identification, you prove who you are. And the mail-in voting thing, we damn well, good and well know, was rife with fraud in the previous election. I'm not going to share all the statements, but Facebook, Google, Patagonia, some company called MailChimp. I'm not familiar with them. Bank of America, Apple, the Business Roundtable, Microsoft, American Express, Coca-Cola, Cisco, Delta Airlines, as we mentioned earlier, J.P. Morgan Chase. Let's see the other notables: Home Depot, Aflac, Cisco, BlackRock, Citigroup, Cardinal Health. What's the deal? According to the story from Axios, they say states often take cues from how hard business is pushed back. Many of these corporations, several of which are actually based in Georgia, could have spoken up earlier when the law was actually being discussed, before it was ever presented to the governor's desk. Apparently, there were many activists pressing these Georgia-based businesses to publicly oppose the legislation for weeks before it was signed into law. And now that they hadn't spoke out, these activists are now calling for people to boycott the companies. So you've got the threat of a boycott. Now you speak out, but you know what? That's just going to cause the other side to do the same thing. As Dan just said, I won't shop Home Depot. Georgia's governor dismissing all the backlash this week. He said, I would encourage these CEOs to look at other states that they're doing business in and compare what the real facts are in the state of Georgia. Now, you noticed Delta Airlines on the list. Atlanta, a major Delta hub. Kind of the home base, isn't it? Here's the breaking report from Forbes. Georgia Republicans voting to strip Delta Airlines of a jet fuel tax break worth tens of millions of dollars after the company U-turned to unequivocally condemn the state's widely criticized voting restrictions. Joining that list of executives criticizing these new restrictions, the debate over boycotting Georgia's biggest companies. So the key facts: Republicans in the House voting to revoke the tax break, again worth tens of millions of dollars, in response to Delta CEO Ed Bastian condemning the voting bill, describing it as unacceptable, not matching Delta's values. Hey, Mr. Bastian, you're going to change your policy to allow anyone that wants to fly Delta, you can get on board without an identification? Take them at their word. Come on. Put your money where your mouth is. You don't need an ID to fly Delta. A number of prominent Georgia-based companies, as we just mentioned, condemning the law. Pressure growing from activists to boycott them. This bill was introduced at the very end of the legislative session. It hasn't yet been taken up by the Senate, so technically it hasn't become law yet. Georgia's governor signed the bill last week enacting the voting changes in the state, part of a broader effort so-called limiting access in at least 43 different states. We've got this fractured confidence in the voting system. Well, yes, we do. So they're trying to make things be more on the up and up. The bill would shorten the early voting hours. It's going to limit ballot drop boxes. If you're not a poll worker, it's going to outlaw the non-poll workers from handing out water or food to waiting in line voters. I'll be honest, I have never been to a polling location where anyone's been handing out any sort of food or water or any damn thing. You stand in line, you cast your vote, and if you want a water, you take it into the line with you. So that's kind of crazy. And some of these activists are kind of twisting and convoluting that segment of the law change. They're saying essentially outsiders cannot just be out there handing things out. Yeah, you've got to, I guess, like present it to the actual poll workers there, then if they can distribute it to the people waiting in line. So that's a stupid point anyway. All right, there's a big number, 33,000 is the number. Delta's the state's largest private employer, I guess, in the state of Georgia. With that many employees, 33,000. Stacey Abrams, of course, in Georgia, urging companies not to boycott her home state, arguing a slowdown of economic activity is going to hurt the very people that the boycott's meant to protect. Bring your business to Georgia, and if you're already here, stay here and fight. You see, but many, many states are doing this. I flip over to the state of Texas. If I can go down and find that story. I had it before me here a bit ago, but they're pretty much doing, they're kind of doing the same thing. They're looking at limiting the number of mail drop boxes, or ballot drop box locations. The mail-in voting, they're looking to cut back on that. I'll scour through and find that here. I know I had it before me just a bit ago, but all right, let me jump back up to the callers here first. Looks like George is on the line. Good morning, George. What's happening?
Oh, this is Gilligan. I'm surprised you want to talk to me again tonight. Hey, start about this Georgia voting laws. It's awful funny, some of these companies that are calling for a boycott. Didn't you say Mercedes-Benz and Porsche was in that list?
Yes, sir.
Or one of the callers did? Yeah. Look at their past. They was both highly connected with the Nazis. In fact, Martin Porsche himself designed the Volkswagen Beetle, which was Hitler's car. I don't know if you're aware of that or not, but that was Hitler asked Martin Porsche to design a car, and that's where the Beetle comes from, versus people's car. But anyway, I know that's a far-fetched connection there. Is it true? I believe in England on voting day they closed down the pubs and stuff. Maybe they're incorporating back that with the food and water. Am I correction on that? I know it's some European country that they're not allowed to have the pubs open because they said like the politicians to go buy people drinks. Am I correct on that? Or are you sure? Or do you know, Steve?
I do not know in that part of the world. I do not know.
Yeah,
you know what?
I'm pretty sure that's a law. Maybe.
I digress.
Yeah.
You know what? I do remember hearing that here. Yeah, on election day they shut the pubs. That is correct. I did hear that.
Okay. I just touching on this deal that was in Ithaca, New York, where they're going to send police officers with non-lethal weapons. Wasn't that an individual you was talking about that?
Yeah, right.
New York?
Right.
I shouldn't touch it. Yeah, well, the British have had the bobbies for years, and it seems to be effective, but I'll just tell you what, I would want, if I was one of the police officers, I would definitely want a backup to somebody with a lethal weapons. That just, it just seems to be like, I know they're trying to, to appease certain members of the population, but it is a little crazy. By the way, I know yesterday was April Fool's Day, but I think people are celebrating a little much, because I've been seeing some fools out here on the road this morning. But then again, I guess there's a lot of people out there who celebrate April Fool's every day of the year. What do you think?
Righto.
Well, that's all I got for tonight. Have a good weekend, Steve.
All right, Gilligan, thank you very much. You do the same. Have a great weekend. Okay, so I mentioned Steve, thanks. He zipped that right back out to me. I mentioned the state of Texas making some of the same changes. The Republican-led Texas State Senate approving legislation this past day, April 1, that will ban mail-in ballot drop boxes and most drive-through voting, looking to ensure the integrity of elections. Democrats say that's voter suppression. It's going to make it harder for people with disabilities or ethnic minorities to vote. The bill passed pretty much along party lines. It will now head to the state's House of Representatives. Hearings are stated to start when the lawmakers convene on April the 6th. The bill is designed to address areas through process where bad actors can take advantage, because we want the people of Texas to be confident in their elections, that they are fair, honest, and open. This legislation will standardize and clarify the voting rules so every Texan has a fair, equal opportunity to vote, regardless of where they live in the state. It also will require voters who have disabilities to prove that they cannot access polls in person in order to qualify for a mail-in ballot. It will also require authorization from top state leaders to be alerted about any private funding of more than $1,000 that's given to election departments. The state already requires that a voter provide a reason to vote by mail, including being age 65 or older, having an illness or disability, or those confined to jail or who are out of the United States, aka military or government workers or whatever it's going to be during the election. Immediately, Democrats say this is voter rights suppression. Okay. I guess the Democrats just want everyone that you don't need no stinking ID. You don't need to be in person. We're going to mail out ballots to everyone on the voter registration rolls, and we're going to wonder why people don't have confidence in the election. These states are now doing what should have been done in 2020. All these states changing the rules at the last minute because of the, quote, pandemic, mailing out ballots to millions of people, and thousands of which actually went to addresses where people no longer lived or may have been passed away. And there's really no way to have confidence that whoever got their hands on that ballot didn't fill it out for whoever they wanted it, which could technically work both ways. Correct? All right, get back to the calls here in just a moment. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. with Jeremy Scott.
Testimony continued on day 4 of the murder trial of Derek Chauvin and the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. 2 paramedics called to the scene, including Derek Smith, explained to jurors what they saw.
In a living person, there should be a pulse there. I did not feel one. I suspected this patient to be dead.
Floyd's girlfriend, Courtney Ross, also took the stand and talked about the day they met at the Salvation Army where he worked.
This kind person just to come up to me and say, "Can I pray with you?"
Chauvin is on trial after pinning his knee on Floyd's neck last May. His defense team made the case that Floyd's drug use and underlying health conditions led to his death. A train has derailed in eastern Taiwan after apparently hitting a truck, with at least 4 people feared dead and more than 20 injured. Rescuers are struggling to reach crushed carriages inside a tunnel. The train was carrying about 350 people. Rescuers are trying to bring the survivors to safety. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who have agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, we'll jump back into it here on a Friday morning. There you go. Hey, what do you say? Let's get to some of our DA of the Week nominees, as we like to call them. Dumbass of the Week. There's a bunch of them out there. You know, and Brain Dead, like he started that, as he mentioned, in hour number 1 back in like 2016. We know he'd been doing it for years. And he actually created a Facebook page, the Institute for Darwin Awards. If you want to pull that up, you got a request to become. It's kind of like a private group, but they get hundreds of entries, and on a weekly basis, he's got to kind of like narrow them down, and he comes up with some of his favorites, DA of the Week, and we get like a top 5. Let's start with visitors. A visitor that would be at the San Diego Zoo arrested shortly after taking his 2-year-old daughter inside the elephant enclosure, according to the San Diego Police Department. Dummy. 25-year-old Jose Navarrete made it into the elephant enclosure with his daughter after passing multiple barriers. Once the father and daughter were inside, an elephant noticed the pair and started to trot towards them. When Navarrete tried to exit the enclosure with his 2-year-old daughter, he dropped her, but he was able to pick her up real quick. There were no injuries to the daughter or the elephant, but he was then booked into the San Diego County Jail, charged with child cruelty, being held on a $100,000 bail. Police said the investigation's ongoing. They're asking anyone who may have witnessed the incident to contact the San Diego Police Department, but there's a reason these wild animals are in enclosures. And if they don't know, in many cases they know they're caretakers, they're keepers, but strangers coming into their territory, especially if they've got young, they're going to consider you a threat. On to Kingston, Ontario, that would be, from our friend north of the border. You got a dummy in Kingston. Police say a motorcycle driver charged accordingly and received an F for spelling after officers found a homemade license plate on his bike. You got to see it to believe it. They actually tweeted out a photograph of the fake license plate. So I guess he takes a piece of like cardboard and he tried to paint it to look like the colors of an actual license. The plate reads 2P1F8 that included the slogan at the bottom, "Live Free or Die." Of course, that was spelled incorrectly, live, F-R-E, or die. All righty. Charged accordingly, he was given an A for effort and an F for spelling. You get an A for effort, you chide, right? At first, he tried to bribe police by handing them a Post-it note that said $20 on it. Then it got even worse when he handed the officer his driver's license. He showed a handwritten driver's license. So he's got his own handmade license on the bike and his own handwritten driver's license. Second time in a month that Kingston police found an unusual plate on a vehicle. Back on March the 8th, they shared a photo of a license plate and stopped for multiple issues, including improper plates. There's a big dummy. And let's see, if you're going to break the law, and clearly we recommend you do not, you'd usually be minded to maybe steer clear of the police while you're doing it. That's not how things turned out for one driver. This is from our UK files in Northwich, where the idiot drove about as close to physically possible to delivering himself directly into police custody, sharing images of a red vehicle that had crashed through the fencing and ended up stopping just literally a matter of feet from the front doors of the police station. Debris all over the place where he crashed. The early hours of Saturday, March the 27th, last weekend. Driver was subsequently arrested and later provided 2 positive samples of breath. DUI, right? The police said, if you do drink and drive, please be so kind to hand yourselves in like this chap did. He just pretty much turned himself right in. Here I am. And lastly, police arresting a Lincoln man on suspicion of driving a Caterpillar front-end loader to the hospital drunk. Officers were at Bryan West Hospital around 11 p.m. when they noticed 32-year-old Jordan Evans drove a front loader up to the emergency bay. Inside the bucket of the loader was a 40-year-old man. Evans drove the man a mile away to get to the emergency room because he was injured. Police say Evans appeared to be intoxicated. Found an open bottle of alcohol in the front-end loader and 3.5 grams of marijuana. He blew a .184. Had a 15-year revocation on his license from a previous DUI conviction. The owner of the front-end loader tells officers Evans did not have permission to be using the equipment. So he got arrested for felony theft by unlawful taking, felony DUI, felony driving during revocation, open container, and possession of marijuana. Not a good day, and that gets a Dumbass of the Week nominee. All right, there we get back to our calls here at 844-844-3388. Eagle, good morning.
Okay. Yeah, I'm awake this time, wide awake. Yeah, I had a problem last night. That's what happens when you're out here making this money, driving, working real hard, though.
You got to get some rest at some point in time, right?
Oh, yeah. I tried to, I definitely had something to say last night, so I'm going to have to make up for it tonight. Yeah, Steve, you know something, man? This situation, I'll talk about the border crisis right quick, and then I'll get on to this other situation. You know, down in Texas, I just left Texas yesterday, back out on the road again. And, maybe you can look into this. I don't know the whole details. All I can do is base it on my opinion. Greg Abbott, I like this guy, Greg Abbott. He's one of the few governors in America, in the U.S. that's actually taking a stance against this border deal. And but like I said, it seems like this guy should have more power over the situation than Joe Biden does, because, this guy is forced to allow these kids to stay in these different locations throughout Texas, and there's Donna, Texas, where they got all these kids stacked up on each other where Ted Cruz and other people went. There's got to be a way that, that this guy can tell Biden that he doesn't want these facilities in his state, that he doesn't, that he objects to this. It's bad enough Joe Biden won't let nobody go in there and check it out and see what's happening and to see the conditions that people are living under. He's got you got a gag order on the Border Patrol people. They can't talk to nobody. If the way I look at it, if Biden and his administration don't want to cooperate with the state of Texas, then we shouldn't cooperate with them, and we shouldn't allow these kids to be incorporated into our facilities in Texas, the way I see it. Like I say, this situation could easily be addressed, Steve, and Joe Biden won't do it the right way. I'll get to Kamala in just a second. This whole situation can be alleviated very, very quickly and very, very easily, and nobody has to get hurt or harmed. Only thing, what needs to take place is Joe Biden and his people, they need to load up all these people on buses and transport these people back to Guatemala and Honduras, and try to set up a government in these countries to where these people are able to stay in their nation the right way, provide these people with jobs in a way of taking care of themselves. That's the best way. The way Biden is going about it right now, Steve, it makes no sense. These people are being isolated in buildings for 24 hours a day. They can only go outside for maybe 30 minutes if they're lucky and get some fresh air. The rest of the day they're stuck in these buildings, in cages, whatever you want to call the areas that they're in. This is not a way for humans to live, people to live. I don't care who they are. And I know that these people didn't come to the United States to be shoved in an area like that. So the best thing to do is to transport these people back to where they come from. And Biden needs to announce that the border is closed, and you will not be allowed to trespass, because that's what they're doing, is trespassing. You know, you talked about the video. This guy, I seen the video tonight. This guy takes two girls, 5 and 3 years old, and climbs to the top of the fence and drops them 14 feet to the ground. And luckily, neither one of these girls got injured. These people, these coyotes, these smugglers, these are some very ruthless, evil people. I told you they said that they are transporting people across the river in rafts, and the way to divert the police is they pull people off the boat into the water so they can transport even more people in while they're trying to figure out how to get these people out of the water. And they did this yesterday, and luckily a mother and her daughter almost drowned in the water. 6-month-old baby. So these people, they'll do whatever it takes to get people into this country, Steve. This is one of the most dangerous situations we've had in a long time, and not even to mention all the drug dealers and child molesters. I don't know how many drug dealers they don't busted, how many child molesters, all kind of rapists that's trying to get in. Joe Biden, he ought to be ashamed of himself, what he's doing. And here's the real sad part about it, Steve. You should, if Kamala wouldn't have had a mask on her face the other day, you would have seen the look on her face when he had that press conference and he announced that Kamala was going to be in charge of the border crisis. She looked at him like she couldn't believe that those words came out of his mouth. I would have loved to seen her without that mask on her face, because I know what she said, and it is not radio. I can't say it on the radio, but it's obvious that she doesn't want no part of this, because after that announcement, guess what? Kamala hasn't done absolutely nothing for the border crisis. After 2 days after that announcement being made, she hasn't. She, as a matter of fact, she laughed when one of the reporters asked her when she planned on going to the border. She laughed at those people and said, "I'm not going today." So she's not concerned about it. Like I told you all this week, Steve. Joe Biden is not going to the border to check it out, and Kamala ain't going either, because both of them know how bad the situation is, and they don't want to be caught nowhere near that border with a photo op with the situation the way it is. They don't want to be nowhere near this situation. This is a bad deal, and like I said, I feel bad. Like I say, I live in Texas, as you know. I feel bad for the governor of Texas, Abbott. That's why I brought him up, because he's being caught up in this deal, and he's being forced to have these people in the state of Texas when he doesn't want them, and we don't deserve these people, because it makes absolutely no sense what Biden is doing. And but like I said, he knows what he's doing, Steve. They're trying to get a new voter population in the United States. If people don't know it by now, you know, because Joe Biden can't be that stupid to allow these people to just force their way in like this. So it's obvious what they're trying to do, and Kamala's the same way, because if they cared, Steve, it's obvious. If they cared, Joe Biden and Kamala and any other Democrat would be down on the U.S.-Texas border, New Mexico, Arizona. They would be down there raising all kind of hell, trying to stop these people from getting in. So it's obvious they don't care. Now, let's move on to this George Floyd situation right quick. You know, I've heard several people call in tonight and say that George Floyd, he deserved to die. No, nobody deserves to die that way. The cop, he could have easily lit up off of George Floyd, and he wouldn't be on trial right now, and George Floyd would be alive. The technique, yeah, that is a legal technique, but that technique is used to apprehend the suspect, to bring him down and calm the suspect down, put him in handcuffs, place him in the police car, and everybody goes home safely. And George Floyd goes to jail where he needs to go, and the cop goes on about keeping his job. But the cop chose not to do it that way, and now now a man is dead, and now he has the possibility of going to jail. So anybody that calls into your show and say that they agree with what the cop did, you're basically saying you agree with what the cop taking somebody's life when a life didn't have to be taken, and everybody, like I said before, the cop would still have his job, and George Floyd would be alive right now. If you disagree with that, then it sounds to me like you got the problem. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All righty, Eagle. Have a great Easter weekend there. I guess the big question mark, I suppose, now is, and that's what this trial is all about. Trying to unfold, trying to uncover, was Derek Chauvin the cause of death? Would George Floyd have died anyway? And according to the coroner's reports and whatnot, it sounds like that would have been the case. Yeah, he had enough fentanyl in his system. I think Pappy said to kill three adults, to kill 3 people. And it doesn't take much. And what was it that he tossed in his mouth? Was that a little piece of methamphetamine? And was that why because he had meth and fentanyl, upper and a downer. When you combine drugs like that, back in the day, didn't they call it a speedball or something? You got an upper and a downer, and you're never, it's deadly to mix those sort of concoctions because your heart doesn't know what to do. You got one drug telling it to speed up, you got another drug telling it to slow down, and it may very well have been he had just ingested something, and I don't know. I just do not know. I guarantee this is going to be a tough one for either side to convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm thinking. Because that's always the burden, right? Speaking of methamphetamine, yes, the cartels are just rushing it into the country. More than $8 million worth of meth discovered in a shipment of produce in Texas earlier this week. Discovered on March the 28th at the Pharr International Bridge Cargo Facility in Pharr, Texas. According to KWTX, a semi-truck hauling fresh broccoli from Mexico was referred for secondary inspection. And 64 packages of methamphetamine, we're talking 421 pounds of meth. Incident still under investigation. No information on the truck driver involved has been released. But this interception of dangerous drugs kind of exemplifies the teamwork of the officers working at the cargo facility with the use of high-tech equipment, our X-ray systems. Officers are able to detect anomalies in shipments. Target those areas of interest. And yeah, that's a lot of methamphetamine. I don't know how much meth does it take to kill a person, but that's some bad stuff. You see all these horrifying photographs of people when they first got arrested for meth. I mean, I remember the one of them. She was a beautiful young woman. And over the period of arrest, each time they're booked, you see how their body is just deteriorating and shrinking and getting eaten up from the inside. The teeth disappearing, the hair loss. And she went from looking at a beautiful young woman to something that looked more akin to Gollum on the Hobbit movies. Or the Lord of the Rings, Gollum, that horrifically ugly character. So sad. One more tidbit, and we'll get back to your calls. More parking spaces available. Love's Travel Center kicked off April, opening a new truck stop in Jones County, Mississippi. The new 11,000 square foot store opened up this past day off I-59 in Sandersville, Mississippi. You've got 93 truck parking spaces. They got a Mickey D's, 8 diesel bays, 5 showers, laundry facilities, a Speedco, a cat scale, and a dog park there. So some additional parking there in Mississippi. And back to your calls at 844-844-3388. What's going on with Rodney this morning? Hey there.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I cannot complain. Happy Good Friday to you.
Back to you, my friend. I should have listened to you about 6 or 7 weeks ago, and I was going up into Minnesota, and you said, but it's going to be cold. I got up there, and it's 30, 40 below zero, blew the transmission out of my truck, and oh, my God, it was awful. Got stuck in a motel, which I know you quit smoking, but I was there for 4 days. And I needed some cigarettes, so I walked over to the gas station. $10.70 a pack for a pack of cigarettes.
Really?
And you cannot buy menthol cigarettes in Duluth city limits, nor can you buy flavored cigars because it detours the kids from smoking, they said.
Uh-huh.
So I wound up taking a $20 cab ride outside of the city limits. Speaking of meth, I felt like I was out buying drugs. I had to get a cab to go outside the city limits to buy menthol cigarettes.
Well, you were jonesing, as they say. So you were jonesing. I mean, when you're hard up for a smoke, I mean, I don't. If somebody else, I don't smoke menthols, but if somebody had a menthol, I'd smoke a menthol if I was really jonesing. But no, my wife was the one. She quit a couple of years ago, but I haven't quit, Rodney.
Oh, I thought you did years and years ago.
No.
I was going to ask. 30-some years of smoking, man. It's hard to throw them down.
Yes, sir. I can vouch for that.
Well, I just want to touch base with you, Steve. Is I carry a gun, every state I go to with my truck. I just stayed the hell out of the states that didn't honor my Indiana gun permit. And since my truck's down, I'm driving a company truck for a gentleman. It's not a bad gig, 2020 Freightliner, glider kit, paper log, no governor. And unfortunately, I wind up running a lot of Minnesota. I just left Minneapolis back here second time this week. But I keep up with the gun laws in all the states that I go to. And Minnesota, I just wanted you to see this because this is the way Democrats do. Open carry they say that you can carry it in your vehicle. It's got to be broke down and not loaded, yada yada. With all this other stuff going on, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I'm not going to get jerked out of my truck and get killed without a fight. But anyways, they I was reading through this. It says they have
And Rodney, I think you're about out of cell. He is, yeah, out of cell zone. All right, that or lost his cell, but all right, let me see here. I'm pulling up looking at the comments. Yeah, we got the new screen behind us here as of last evening. And yeah, Barry said, try to tone the screen down. It's too bright to see clearly. Yeah, what you're seeing is about as clear as we can get right there, Barry. When we put it in, we had a whole thing of hot shot secret products and whatnot that would scroll across the screen, and we're going to have to get some sort of they make some sort of a cover for like a television screen to tone it down. And much of what is showing up on this screen is the color green. And if you'll notice, I told Kyle, I said, on television when they have what they call the green screen because you can't see the green. And that's kind of what we're noticing here. So they're going to put together some new video event. And ultimately, I think the goal is going to be we're going to have the invitation for maybe some of our listeners. If you're an owner, operator, whatever, you got a nice, pretty truck, I guarantee Monkey Gouger will be one of the first to send in a photo of his truck. But we're thinking of maybe screening some photos. We could maybe put your name across there. Carolina Monkey Gouger, see a picture of their truck. And also, of course, for the sponsors of the program, we could run the advertisers' logos and things, just like the Hot Shot Secret. So that it's a work in progress. Kyle got into the settings and everything, and he turned like the contrast and the brightness and everything as low as it could go. Technically everything in the studio, when you're looking on the camera, if you're watching on YouTube or whatever, it looks like it's pretty bright in here. It is very, very, very limited lighting. It's almost like a dusk kind of atmosphere. But the camera picks up, and I guess it just kind of enhances. He was also trying to see if they could maybe tone down the camera so it doesn't look so bright. But I did flip over to, you like our little pinkish kind of hue here. Only place it really looks pink is kind of like on the countertop, but that's the color we got on for Easter weekend. Easter coming on. Happy Good Friday. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Testimony continued on day 4 of the murder trial of Derek Chauvin and the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. 2 paramedics called to the scene, including Derek Smith, explained to jurors what they saw.
In a living person, there should be a pulse there. I did not feel one. I suspected this patient to be dead.
Floyd's girlfriend, Courtney Ross, also took the stand and talked about the day they met at the Salvation Army where he worked.
This kind person just to come up to me and say, "Can I pray with you?"
Chauvin is on trial after pinning his knee on Floyd's neck last May. His defense team made the case that Floyd's drug use and underlying health conditions led to his death. A train has derailed in eastern Taiwan after apparently hitting a truck, with at least 4 people feared dead and more than 20 injured. Rescuers are struggling to reach crushed carriages inside a tunnel. The train was carrying about 350 people. Rescuers are trying to bring the survivors to safety. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. Hey, we are headed towards St. Patrick's Day, Luck of the Irish. And I want to give a great shout out to one of the greatest coaches of all time, Lou Holtz, who gave me his permission to use his name and his likeness when I used to be in the banking world. But you don't need luck this year to get healthy. You don't need luck to lose your fat. You don't need luck to get off all those medications. No, all you need is to use those hands and log on to EnergizeHealth.com or call us at 888-444-8895. Friends, you've heard Wayne talk about his amazing transformation, and you know Wayne is a crusader of truth and only speaks the truth. He would not be endorsing this protocol if it hadn't changed his life. You need to log on just to see that. So log on today to EnergizeHealth.com or call us at 888-444-8895.
Authorities say a suspect wanted for killing 3 people and wounding 2 others in Memphis was found dead inside his hotel room. Metro Nashville police say 48-year-old Michael Tucker died from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound after police went to his hotel room and used a drone to look inside. And the gunman who killed 4 people and critically wounded a 5th at an office building in Southern California, according to authorities, either knew the victims personally or through business dealings. Police say that suspect chained shut the gates before opening fire. The investigation into the crash that injured golf star Tiger Woods is complete. More from Tim Berg in the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
Investigators are tight-lipped about the cause of the crash that left golfer Tiger Woods seriously injured. The investigation into the February 22nd crash outside of Los Angeles has wrapped up. L.A. County Sheriff Alex Villanueva saying if they get permission from Woods to release the cause of the crash, they will.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of 1, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Reaction coming into President Biden's infrastructure plan.
President Biden meeting with his full cabinet and talking about ways to promote his $2 trillion infrastructure plan. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
Good infrastructure planning is always about looking to the future. You know, railroads weren't part of infrastructure until we built them.
Kentucky House Republican James Comert.
It's not an infrastructure bill. Only 25% of the total funding would go for basic infrastructure. What this is another liberal wish list.
Both appeared on Fox. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
Beijing continues to make sweeping changes that overhaul Hong Kong's independence over China. John Clemens reports from the USA Radio News Texas Bureau.
China bypassed the legislature of Hong Kong by imposing sweeping changes to the electoral system that creates power by Beijing to vet anyone attempting to run for political office. Ned Price is the U.S. State Department spokesman.
The changes, which will establish a committee to vet candidates for office based solely on their loyalty to Beijing and diminish the proportion of directly elected members of the Legislative Council, will severely curtail meaningful pluralism and representative governance in Hong Kong.
Many see this as the latest move by China to dismantle the pro-democracy efforts of 2019 that rattled the authoritarian government in Beijing.
The S&P 500 finished up over the 4,000 mark for the first time in its history on Thursday. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Got that final hour underway here on a Good Friday. And good to have you with us. What's her name? Georgia. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the freshman who gets stripped of her committee positions. And, many, I don't know if many, some in D.C. say she's kind of a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs was the word that one used. Yeah, kind of off the wall, whatever you want to call her. But, a lot of people really like her. And I don't think it's got much of a chance of going anywhere. I kind of chuckled when I saw that the bill she introduced this past day. Actually, she had 2 bills she introduced. We were talking earlier this week about Anthony Fauci being the highest paid official on the guy makes $17,000 more than the president of the United States. Yeah, how he is entitled to that kind of pay, I don't know. But so of the 2 bills Thursday introduced, one is to wipe out Anthony Fauci's salary. The other would be to ban COVID-19 vaccine passports. So first of all, she introduced the Fire Fauci Act, which would cut the salary to 0 for the government's leading infectious disease expert. Of course, he's also an advisor to Joe Biden. She says, quote, Americans deserve better than a self-promoting career bureaucrat like Fauci, who spent the last year getting it wrong almost all the time. In her proposal, she claims the salary slash would come with the appointment and confirmation by the Senate of a new national director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. That director's appointment is not subject to Senate confirmation. Fauci, the top-paid federal worker, $434,312, according to the Washington Examiner. She goes on to say, Dr. Fauci has continually failed to provide Americans with accurate information about the pandemic and has shown distrust in the American private sector and American ingenuity. The measure would also require an audit of his office, which she stated allows us to see what Dr. Fauci knew, when he knew it, what the National Institute of Infectious Diseases spent money on, and what policy the organization recommended surrounding the COVID outbreak. Then she introduced the We Will Not Comply Act, which would ban vaccine passports, documents that show we've been vaccinated, by prohibiting businesses engaged in interstate commerce from using them to allow patrons to access their services. I'm all for that. According to Green, vaccinations can be discriminatory against those who choose not to receive them, including those who cite religious objections. It would also bar the State Department from requiring a vaccination to receive a diplomatic travel passport. It would not, however, stop the government from requiring foreigners coming to the United States, declaring our bill seeks to provide a vaccination carve-out for our citizens, not all persons traveling to the United States. She posted like an 18-minute Facebook blast at Vaccine Passports here a few days ago, called this a means to control. She called it corporate communism. They're actually talking about people's ability to buy and sell linked to the vaccine passport. They might as well call it Biden's mark of the beast. Now, obviously, neither bill is probably going to go anywhere. You've got a Democrat-controlled House. You've got a Democrat lead in the Senate. It ain't going anywhere. But, at least that makes some sense to me. Yeah, Fauci, get him out of here. Long time ago. What the? All right, back to the calls here. Rodney, back with us. Yeah, you lost your cell there. Welcome back.
Yeah, Sprint sucks. I left Minnesota going across Wisconsin, and oh my God, yeah. Anyways, back to what I was telling you real quick before I lose you again. Minnesota has ammunition restrictions, and it says, does Minnesota have any ammunition restrictions? Yes. Now listen to this, Steve. Metal penetrating bullets cannot be used during the commission of a crime.
Okay.
Minnesota statute 624.7191 subdivision 3. They seriously, so a bad guy can go out and rob a place with a gun as long as he don't have metal penetrating bullets while he's robbing a place. This is the stupidest damn law I've ever seen in my whole entire life. But yet they don't want to honor out-of-state permits of legal gun owners. But what kind of law is this? As long as you got regular bullets, then it's okay to have a commission of a crime?
I mean, technically you're still committing a crime. It doesn't matter what kind of bullets. That is pretty stupid. A crime is a crime. If you're going to be robbing the liquor store with regular old ammo, or what is it? Gun range ammo versus the federal law enforcement type ammo, you're still committing a crime. I don't know. Is it intended to make the punishment harsher if you're using that kind of ammo, or?
Lord, I don't know. I mean, it's just the stupidest thing. I've seen it. I put it on Facebook. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's just the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. But that just goes to show you that's the way these Democrats think. I mean, it just annoys me, and then it's going to get real in Minneapolis. No matter what the outcome is, it's going to get real. As I said before I got cut off, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. And unfortunately, I've got to do a lot of this in Minnesota now till I get my truck back on the road. But it's crazy, and I personally don't believe what the officer did actually killed Floyd, but that's just my personal opinion. I think he should have got up off of him sooner than what he did. But once again, that's my personal opinion. And I had a gentleman, a black gentleman, at a truck stop. My son's a cop, my brother and my nephews and all my buddies. I wear a sweatshirt that's got a white or got a flag with a blue line in it, and not a lot of people understand the blue line. It's usually either the cops or the bad guys knows what that blue line means. And he informed me that I probably should take that sweatshirt off in Minnesota because it could probably get me hurt pretty bad wearing that there.
Wow.
And I just thought that was kind of, and well, my words to him was, well, maybe so, but it's probably not worth someone's life to try to take this sweatshirt off of me. But I did wind up stopping and buying another sweatshirt just because I got thinking about it. And you just never know. And that's sad. That is just really sad.
That's what we've come to in this country, the hatred for law enforcement. But, the same individual that would look to harm you for wearing that sort of shirt, if the tables were turned and they found themselves staring down the barrel of a gun, they'd be saying, call the police, call the police.
My friend, that's exactly what would happen. And I don't believe they would have a chance to say call the police twice because that would be an attack on me of endangering my life. So therefore, you got to do what you got to do. And as I said, it goes back. And I like I said earlier, I've called all these states I go into. I keep up with the laws and stuff. And if I have a doubt, I call the state police and talk to them. All of them except Nebraska has been super cool with answering questions. And probably over half of them has told me the same thing. Always remember, you'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
Bingo.
And the officers, and the majority of them said that they would rather know that they was a good guy with a gun when they needed help versus going, well, I'd help you, but I left it out in the truck because your state law says I can't have it in here. But anyways, with that being said, I'll let you go and you have a happy Easter, my friend. And I'm going to truck my way on back down to Indiana, and we'll see you next week sometime.
All righty. Be safe out there. Yes, you have a great weekend as well. Happy Easter. Oh, let's see. We did speak to the Grump last night, here a few hours ago. His latest rant on Facebook. Just got to get it off his chest every now and then. Why is it every time a state tries to ensure only legal citizens can cast a legal vote, Democrats drag out the worn-out lie of how it's going to disenfranchise the African-American community? 56 years since the last Voting Rights Act was enacted into law, and Democrats still play in the voter race card. Democrats are the greatest threat to democracy today in every voting cycle. These American-hating asshats chip away at the last hope we have for a free and just society. A citizen's right to vote. Every American citizen in every state should demand that a basic voter ID be issued to those who can provide proof they are a legal U.S. citizen of voting age. No, we've got this idiot in Congress named Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, who recently actually verified it's the Democrats' quest to have open borders, lowered voting ages, at which anyone who resides in the U.S., legal or not, should be allowed to cast their vote in all of our elections. Excuse my French, but that bitch is crazy. And if you're not a legal U.S. citizen or legal resident, I not only don't want you voting in our elections, I don't want your border jumping ass in this country. Kindly go back to your country, get in line, and feel free to take the crazy bitch with you. just my opinion. Lay it on us there, Grump. But yes, she is. She's just, you talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene being cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. AOC. Hello there, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Leave Grump's ugly old girlfriend alone now. That gal she needs to go back wherever she come from. I can guarantee you that. What a tangle web we weave when at first we practice to deceive. And that's a true statement. The truth will always set you free, Steve. My 92-year-old mama, she's got osteoporosis, been over in the back. All she looks at is the ground. walks around with a walker and carries a bottle of oxygen with her. But she goes down there, shows her ID, and stands in line and votes right there at the polling place there. So, you say them people in New York was going to get $27,000 apiece? Well, that would include Slick Willie and Hilly, too, because they're convicted felons. Didn't he lose his law license part of the plea deal for 5 years? And then we were all screaming to lock her up there. So, and they're illegal immigrants up there in New York, too. She's from Chicago, then moved to Arkansas, and then to New York. He is from Arkansas originally. And, Arkansas is the only place in the world you can call them a hog, and they'll take it as a compliment instead of an insult. This place down here used to be called the land of opportunity. Everybody in the state had the opportunity to better themselves. All they had to do was move. They call it the natural state now. I don't know, natural state of what.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm... money. That's where old Posse, that government union keeps boosting his pay up there. He's paying them union dues. People are protecting your job, and we'll watch them on the lifestyles of the rich and famous there, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, Steve. That frozen windmill and them ice-covered China solar panels, how did that work out for them this past winter? I don't think it worked too good myself.
No, sir.
God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy. There's no cure for stupidity, Steve. You protect your home, and them animals protect their home, too. You step out in a pasture, and you watch that bull come over there and challenge you. See what you're doing in my pasture there. I'm going to say this about George Floyd. He took his own life, but did they help him a little bit? Probably so. That's what I'm going to think about it. That's kind of like O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson was guilty. I don't care what that jury said there. Making them fake tags and them fake license, no wonder we got so many people out here with bad driving habits. And that FAR, Texas, I couldn't find it on my map. See, I punched in FAR, Texas, and it didn't bring nothing up. So
it starts with...
it must be over yonder.
It starts with the letter P.
Oh, that PHF. Okay, all right, there you go. I might be able to find it now. Don't you be putting no naked women on that screen in behind you there. I'd be distracted driving there. We'll all have a crash out here, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm gonna wind all this old baloney up there. Well, we don't call 911 where I come from, Steve. Just don't do it. We take care of our own self. We don't trust the government. We don't trust the government at all. If you don't think you trust the government, ask them Indians. They'll tell you the truth. They've been getting screwed from them for a long time there, and I'm gonna sing my favorite song, "Goodbye, Joe. You gotta go, me oh my oh." And I always carry my 5-gallon Home Depot bucket around, trash can, and a pool noodle works great for an outhouse there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have yourself a great good Friday, Mr. C. Sommers. Sunday is a coming because his tomb is still empty, and he gives us compassion and forgiveness. And have a great, blessed day.
Thank you so much, Knucklebuster. Have a great morning. I'm scouring down Facebook yesterday morning after the show. I try to share a few things on any given day, and I just saw someone complaining about fact check and the fact checkers on Facebook, and I thought, I'll throw something out there, and I posted, Facebook fact checkers can, quote, kiss my ass. Check it. It's true. I thought it was funny, and I guess shortly thereafter, my daughter shared that. She's got that on her page as well. Thanks, Boo. But it's true, right? They can't ban that, can they? Would this be Happy Pappy?
Good Friday to you there, Mr. Steve Summers.
Yes, good morning.
Boy, you gotta love Knuckle Buster, man. Come on. My goodness. All right, Steve, I'm gonna throw a phrase out at you. Parallel economy. Never heard of it?
Parallel economy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, explain it to me.
All right, man. Listen, I hope I can articulate this right, man. You know, new term going around that we need to fight fire with fire, and there's an extraordinary opportunity for some conservative entrepreneurs to invest in this country. I think it was Steve that called about an hour ago or so. He brought up some good points. Mike Lindell was talking about right?
Like the social media thing. Yes.
Yes. And down about Trump starting to like his own Facebook thing.
I hear that's probably just 2 or 3 months away.
Yeah. And and listen, here's where I'm not too tech savvy. You know, like you got Parler, right? Now, the server that broke down. So what they're trying to say is to invest, like the economy. In other words, people bow down to this cancel culture. All the high tech people, most of them, not all, but most, are leftists. If we can get conservatives out there to invest in the same businesses, so to speak. Are you following me? I know I'm probably not articulating myself real well.
But you're fighting fire with fire, as
all
you
these
said.
Businesses,
right.
Fighting with somebody calls this company up and tries to cancel culture them, right? And they just flip them the double barrel. Say, not doing it. Unfortunately, Steve, I just got home. I didn't have much. Maybe put this in better thought. I probably should have maybe waited till maybe Sunday to call.
Yeah. Well, when you do call back, I think you're needing a charge on your headset because it's kind of it's not like
is it because I'm moving around, Steve? I've been taking the boots off. That could be what it is.
It almost
all right. Hey, good Friday to you.
Yes, yeah. Almost sounds like when your battery's going dead, and your phone or your cell's trying to tell you your battery's going dead, and it cuts out for a second and comes back in. It wasn't like the deal last evening. Different than that. But yeah, he mentioned the Trump's personal social media site. Here several days ago, Corey Lewandowski was on Newsmax television. Now, after being censored and canceled off Twitter and Facebook, Donald Trump's going to be starting his own social media company that will debut this summer, according to his inner circle. Lewandowski, by the way, was a former campaign manager for the 2016 campaign and a 2020 senior advisor. The new platform will debut in 3 to 4 months, she said. What we have seen from big tech and the cancel culture is if you don't agree with their philosophy, they're going to cancel you. We're going to have a platform. This is pretty much exactly what Pappy was trying to break down, right? We're going to have a platform where the president's message of America First is going to be able to be put out to everybody, and there'll be an opportunity for other people to weigh in and communicate in a free format without fear of reprisal or being canceled. The comments echoing the remarks made by senior advisor Jason Miller last week on Fox News, to which he said, I think we're going to be seeing President Trump return to social media 2 or 3 months here with his own platform. This is going to be the hottest ticket in social media. It's going to completely redefine the game, and everybody's going to be waiting and watching to see what exactly President Trump does. But it will be his own platform. Twitter, of course, permanently suspended Trump 2 days after the protesters stormed the Capitol, claiming that Trump tweeting was highly likely to have encouraged and inspired people to replicate the criminal acts that took place on the U.S. Capitol on that day. Trump went on to say, Twitter kind of did us a favor with the ban. We've got lots of options, and something's going to happen with social media if I want it to happen. All right, so that's just several days ago. Lewandowski said, hang in there. You know what? If it's going to be the hottest ticket, I would suspect there's a lot of people that will jump from the current social media platforms and move over to whatever it's going to be. I haven't seen any names, what they're going to call it, but I'm sure it'll be something catchy. All right, news break. We'll come back with more of your calls. Lines available on a Friday, Good Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
The girlfriend of George Floyd breaks down on day 4 of the trial of the former officer charged in his murder.
Once again, there was emotional testimony at the murder trial of Derek Chauvin, the former police officer in Minneapolis. Floyd's former girlfriend, Courtney Ross, became emotional when she recalled how she met him in 2017. She said she was going through a very hard time when Floyd came up to her.
We've been through so much, my sons and I. This kind person just to come up to me and say, can I pray with you?
She spoke about his character during their relationship and about his drug addiction.
Floyd and I both suffered with an opioid addiction.
She told the court that Floyd had been hospitalized for 5 days in March of 2020 due to an overdose of opioids. I'm Wendy King.
This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. Call 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. That's 800-451-9542. Paid for by U.S. Med.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we kind of head down the home stretch here on a Friday, Good Friday. Got the Easter aura for Easter weekend. Yeah, about the noontime today, I think, time to dye the Easter eggs with the grandkids. That's the plan. That's what I was instructed by the better half. When you get off in the morning, be ready to go to your sons about noontime. We're going to dye eggs Good times. Yeah, as a kid, it was a lot of fun. And it is kind of fun to watch the grandkids. they can make some pretty ugly eggs, I'll tell you that much. Let me see, a couple of messages here. What's up, Steve? This is Stinky Finger pulling for Buster Brown, checking in from Toledo. Currently waiting on my load. You do an awesome job. Thank you for what you do. And it had another message here. You know the other joke, Steve. Yeah, talking about the voter ID, I guess. Is the other joke, Steve, is they want us to get a vaccine passport to get into a stadium, but they don't want you to have an ID to vote. Have you thought about that? Yeah, gotta have your vaccine passport. To date, I don't think I've heard of anyone saying it would be racist or disenfranchising to force everyone to get a vaccine passport if you want to buy, sell, or trade. And, Marjorie Taylor Greene put it right. Yeah, called it the Biden mark of the beast. Okay, it looks like, did we lose Horse Feathers there? He had been hanging on. Let's go to Chris, I believe it is. Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Steve. I heard a good one today. Some lady said, how do these homeless people go to the liquor store if they don't have an ID? Which is a good point, actually. I've been listening to our new leader, Buttigieg, at Soundbite, where he says, well, the railroads weren't infrastructure until we built them.
No kidding.
Which we didn't build the damn railroads. Yeah, they were. No, those were built privately, And I think he's referring to these charging stations. They want to put up 500,000 charging stations for electric cars.
Yep.
The government didn't build gas stations when people came out with the regular car. I mean, this stuff, we're supposed to have private industry in this country, but they don't get it. And Biden is really, as ridiculous the way he pointed his cabinet. The first this, the first that, all diversity, not a word about any of their qualifications. But
you bring up a good point there, Chris. The idea, I hadn't thought about that. I saw that in that quote infrastructure bill, we're going to build, whatever it was, 500,000 or 50,000. I think maybe it was 500,000 of these electric charging stations. If the government's going to build them, then they're obviously there's going to be some sort of a cost to charge your vehicles. Is the government going to be, getting into the business sector? Kind of like, that sounds kind of like when socialism takes over, like when Hugo Chavez in Venezuela nationalized the gas and oil industry there. We see what happened with that. But that's almost sounds like we're going to nationalize the power grid.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely socialism. They don't even understand the difference anymore, I don't think. But that reminds me of something else I was going to point out. That, you were kind of hitting on it when you said these big companies, now they're kind of regretting what they did, because it looks like what they did with all the censorship was try to get Biden because they wanted their H-1B visas back and, get all their cheap labor in here. Now they're finding out their taxes are going to go up. And so it kind of backfired on them, I think.
Yep.
But, one thing about these noise-canceling headsets, Steve, they've got microphones in the back, and if your voice goes in the wrong microphone, it'll cancel it out. That's the way they get rid of the noise, And they got a little microphone in here. The background noise is supposed to go in there, and then they cancel it out. So only the predominant noise is supposed to get through. and that would be your voice, hopefully.
That's the way it's supposed to
that's
work.
why,
Yeah.
but if you're kind of echoing, I guess, then your voice goes into both microphones, and then it'll shut it off. And that's why he said put it to the side of your mouth. I think he's right about that. I usually put my hand over just because I think it mixes in with it. I get a little better sound. But happy Easter, Steve, and maybe I'll talk to you next week.
All righty there, Chris. Thank you so much for checking in. You do the same. Have a great Easter weekend. Stay warm. It's chilly out there this morning. Yeah, they told us it was going to be a kind of a cold Easter weekend. A lot of Easter egg hunts are going to be indoor hunts. Unless you're going to be out west, because that's the part of the country where we're talking about the heat wave that continues to build. What else did we have on our travelers' weather? Okay, that blast of February-like weather that brought our temperatures plummeting with gusty winds and even a bit of snow to start the month of April. Even in areas that won't get a late-season snow, that cold air is going to have a firm grip on the region, continuing through today and into the weekend. Now, forecasters say they're cautiously optimistic. Temperatures are forecast to rebound, but there will be some trouble due to, in part, of a storm over the Atlantic. An intense weather system dragging much colder air into the northeast. Actually saw a little bit of snow Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Parts of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York State. Nearly half a foot of snow buried areas north and northeast of Royalton, Ohio, believe it or not. That's in the northeastern part of the state. 5.5 inches fell just outside of Erie, PA. For some places, it looks like we're smack dab in the middle of winter for that first day of April, Thursday. Rain started the day along much of the I-95 corridor. Blustery and abnormally cold conditions are on tap for your region right on through the day here for Good Friday. But meanwhile, the heat is already building across the western states, and that's going to begin to ride right on up in the Great Plains and much of the Midwest over the weekend before it meets some obstacles further to the east. But temperatures are going to surge into the 70s and 80s over much of the north-central region of the country Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures are going to trend upward in the northeast by early next week. But a quick 25-degree turnaround is going to be limited to areas right along the western slopes of the Appalachians and lower portions of the Mid-Atlantic. Highs are forecast to go from, say, 41 on Friday to 54 Saturday to 64 Easter Sunday, then 68 by Monday. They're in Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., where the cherry blossoms are just past peak. Highs are going to trend from 47 today, 57 Saturday, 67 for Easter Sunday, and back to 72 by Monday. Further east, however, the warm-up's going to be stalling and may even fizzle out up into parts of New England. That southward dip in the jet stream is going to kind of persist in that region. So the exact position of the offshore storm, that may determine how much of the weather improves or maybe actually even deteriorates this weekend into early next week up into parts of New England should the storm drift further west. We'll be talking clouds, cold rain. If the storm drifts a couple hundred miles further to the east, milder air and a greater amount of sunshine would be in store. It's also possible that storm may kind of wobble from day to day. So you'll see varying temperatures and weather conditions there in New England. Quick look at Boston. Forecast to trend upward. The temperature predicted for 45 degrees today, 51 Saturday, 55 Sunday, 57 on Monday. It's a slow warm-up, but there you go. Some of our travelers' weather as we head into the Easter weekend. All right, about 10 before the hour, it's 844-3388. What's going on this morning with Big Sexy? Hey there.
It told you this time. It got it right.
It did. For once.
Normally you don't know who's on the other end.
Well, normally it's some goofy ass name, but they got it this morning.
Okay. One thing I wanted to touch on, I'm trying to remember everything I called, but I got that sometimes to see sometimes. When Igor, I kind of disagree with one thing there. Yeah, he had his knee on his neck too long, but he said he would have lived if he hadn't. We don't know that for sure because that coroner said he could have still died with all that drugs he had in his system, you know. So, yeah, I think he should have held it down too long, but I'm not sure that he would have survived even be to tugging the knee off.
I understand that even if he would have or were to have died anyway, I guess they're saying there's no excuse for 9.5 minutes of a knee on the neck kind of chokehold kind of thing. So, and nobody knows. The only one that really knows how much pressure that officer had on his neck is the officer himself. No one else can. We can all look at the video and whatnot, and one may say it looks like a lot of pressure. Others, I've heard some say, well, it doesn't look like it was really putting much pressure there. I don't know.
Well, there's only two people know for sure, and only one of them's still here.
Correct.
You know, how much pressure was there.
Correct. Yep.
So Mr. Floyd's not here no more to say, you know. But, you know, I don't think he should have held it down like that. I don't think he should be convicted of murder, though, because, you know, he had all other problems that caused, and according to the coroner, he would have probably have died anyway. But once he got him, he should have set him up, you know, and not let him just hold him down with his knee on him. But, you know, that's that. Remember the other night, the deal about the distracted driving, even talking to somebody could get you in trouble?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, I could get in trouble right now for talking to you.
The way that story read, yeah, I said if your lips are moving when you're driving a car, that is supposedly just distracted driving.
Half the time my lips are moving, even when I'm not talking to somebody, I'm talking to myself. So, you know,
all right,
I can get myself in trouble that way.
You're distracted driving.
Who's going to get the cops for talking on their radio? And you see them driving down the road, they got these laptops lit up. I mean, they're typing stuff in there. They're distracted. I guess it's do as we say and not as we do, you know.
For the most part, most officers are more commonsensical, you know. Everybody, every once in a while you might run into an idiot, like a Barney Fife kind of guy that everything's got to be to the T, the letter of the law. Like the officer that pulled the dude over for eating his McDonald's Big Mac while he was driving. That's the only occurrence I ever remember sharing about someone being pulled over for eating or drinking. Drinking a non-alcoholic beverage. That's supposed to be distracted driving. Most officers know. Common sense. They're not going to pull you over for something stupid like that.
That's one good thing about being in a small town here. You know, most of the officers around here, they've got common sense. They know what's going on. They don't mess with me out here. Even if I roll up to a stop sign and do kind of a rolling stop, if there's nobody coming at 3 o'clock in the morning, they don't mess with me, you know. But they know what's going on. But, there's some of them, you get in some of these bigger towns, they kind of got a chip on their shoulder, you know. Around here, we don't have much of that. And old Knucklebuster a while ago, I think it was Knucklebuster, I'm proud to be called a hog. You cut me, little Razorback's gonna run out.
There you go. And I would imagine the inbred redneck would be just fine and dandy with being called a hog.
Yeah. I'm proud of them this year. You know, they made it to the Elite Eight now. They just couldn't do nothing with Baylor. Baylor was just too much for them. But when you start 3 freshmen
and they just got a prize in the transfer portal today. So things are looking up. Yeah, I mean, it's looking good for them.
All righty. Well, Big Sexy, have a great Easter weekend. Thank you for checking in. Good chatting with you here. And you'll get to be our final caller here on a Friday morning, a good Friday morning. All right. This is the first Friday in the month of April. And on the first Friday there in March, when we had Chris Gabrelchik on the line with us, I said, we'll talk with you on April the 2nd, the day after April Fools. I don't think he realized at the time that was going to be Good Friday. So he's bumped himself to next Friday morning, Friday the 9th. So look forward to that. Chris will be joining us next Friday. Don't forget to go over to the overnightradio.com. We've got a little shop there now. If you weren't with us in the first hour, the hats are in. So you've got the dash calendars available, the Overnight Drive Radio hat. The travel mugs are in. Nice looking mugs. Got the Overnight Drive Radio on one side, then live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio, the logo's there. And of course, the t-shirts, and they did add the feature on the website where it tells you how many of each size are still in stock. Yeah, right now it's them really big boy sizes. Triple X and quadruple X are sold out. But there are some of all the other sizes. Just a handful of smalls, like 4 of them. I'm looking here, got 10 medium. This has got how many large? 32 large, and about 25 extra large in stock. Get them while they're available. And the hats and the mugs, so you can get all your Overnight Drive apparel. And if you want other Hot Shot Secret apparel, of course, you just go to hotshotsecret.com. Anything else? All right, we've got 2 more weeks, real quick, like our giveaways via the contest page. Go to the same location, overnightdriveradio.com, click on contest, and they'll be updating that. Looks like they may even have it up. Sure enough, there it is already there. Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, 6 days, 11 hours until our next drawing. So you can go and start registering right now. You can register every day and have numerous opportunities. Congratulations to this week's winners. And thank you so much to each and every one of you for calling in, listening in, participating with the show. It's been a good week. And if you were not yet aware, one last item. Yes, we did finally get the iPhone app up and running. So you can now, on your iPhone, go to the App Store and you type in overnightdriveradio.com. It's a free download, and you can listen to the show as well as the Android listeners, or take your preference. There you go. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back here at the midnight hour Sunday night into a Monday morning. I hope you'll join us. Spread the word. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.